Morning, Marlon.
Hey, how's it going?
So Dale,
All right, bud. We're just getting warmed up. Just thought I'd fire up the room and see what's going on. So I wasn't sure if you were going to be around today or not. What are you up to today, Dale?
I'm just trying to relax before I have to go and speak tonight. I gotta give my testimony of this revival thing. I was in the car 7 hours, so I mean, my body's recovering.
Are you allowed to talk about or maybe warm up to what you're talking about, or is it something that you can't talk about?
No, it's no big deal. I'm gonna give my testimony at a revival meeting tonight, and so that's really it. I just drove 7 hours yesterday, so kind of just taking it easy. I mean, it's like I forgot how much a toll driving can take, especially when you're already tired. But I mean, it's gonna be good because I mean, the Christians need to hear about this because they're severely under attack, and especially here in Canada, and so forth. So, and they're supposed to be. They invited some of the tribal leaders from the reserves from around here to come, so that would be good because they kind of figure big into the picture because we need to get those treaties dealt with because as long as they exist, nobody will get liberty because they were done where they deprive people of their rights and the same predatory mindset was used with them. So, especially here in Canada, where they took people who couldn't read or write and basically got them to sign X's to their name and said, "Well, we brought an interpreter. Trust us that we're telling the truth." And we know how well that works. And so, if we consent to anybody being slaves, we're all going to be slaves. So they got to renegotiate that.
Yeah, it would seem that what you said about Christians are under attack. I definitely see a movement to try and paint it as an extremist group or something in all anywhere that it can be. Where they've tried to label it as something that's bad, to try and stop it.
Well, that when you hear the term white supremacist, what they're really saying is that you're a Christian, and because they're the largest segment of the population, it's easy to just, um, blanket and tie it to that, right? Because if anybody has any Christian values, it's what they would term the white supremacist ideology. And so this is where they start saying that black people are white supremacists because of that, right? This is how they take a false narrative and try to paint that picture. Because
But
if you're a Christian, you're going to fight tyranny.
but Dale, it goes when you look at that the country was founded on Christian values or beliefs, then that would be declaring war on the country itself. The country is founded on Christian beliefs. Wouldn't that be the move that they're trying to do?
Well, yes, because the United States was created to be a safe haven for Christians. It was founded on republicanism and Protestantism, no pope, no king, right? So that religion could flourish because they saw what was happening in the tyranny in Europe and they wanted to make sure that it wouldn't happen here. The only how you could keep a republic in that manner is if the people continue to worship God. If you instituted Satan worship, there is no way that you can keep a republic, right? Because it's founded on biblical principles, and if people aren't following God, then you will lose the republic. That's really straight and simple. So when they abolish God from the families, which is the building block of the nation, your republic is going to fall. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. So yes, it is trying to destroy the country.
Well, yeah, when you label a certain group an extremist group, and it's at the basis of that group is Christian values, then you're declaring war on actually almost the entire nation by doing that, because that's what the founding fathers started the country on.
Well, yes, and they used white people because they're the largest segment of the population. And so now, when you have that, and then you paint that with a broad brush and you tie the Christian values to white supremacy, it poisons people's mind. And then this is why they're trying to create the white guilt and all of this stuff, because they're trying to destroy Christian values, and so that people would throw the baby out with the bathwater. They'll take an extreme case, and maybe a guy is actually racist, and then they try to paint everything together and tie it together using a lot of false narratives and all of that other stuff. And it's just, this is what they do time and time again. And so it is to just destroy the nation. These people don't care what way they use as long as they get rid of um, the United States' constitution, because they want to eradicate Christianity, because they're the people that will resist the most. They may not be violent, but you can burn them, you can persecute them, and they won't stop. And then when you destroy them, every one you destroy, 10 more come in their place. So it's bad for anybody who wants to be a tyrant.
Just want to say good morning to Christian and Caroline. Thank you for joining us today. We were just getting warmed up, and we were talking about there seems to be a movement towards labeling Christianity as a whole as part of some extremist thought process that needs to be stopped. And in doing so, you're basically going against almost all of America, because America was founded on Christian values. So just to summarize it up. But that wasn't the main topic exactly. We were just having open discussion. So, how are you doing today, Christian?
Good morning and afternoon to everybody. I'm doing great. Doing great. And uh, still a lot going on in our state. Um, of course, everyone heard about uh, what Turning Point is trying to do in Wisconsin, but there's still a lot of activity going on in Arizona um, in regards to the election integrity censures. And I have volunteers that are making phone calls today. And I mean, they make phone calls every day. You know, we're having conversations with precinct committeemen, um, and just laying out to them the power that they have in the party, and really just laying the groundwork for the upcoming primary that will happen. And this is the most critical part uh, of really the overall election, is because everything that happens outside of the primary determines who ends up on the ballot. You know, and this is where we have the power to move out rhinos and move out incumbents or people who we don't want to be reelected again. And so that's what we're focused on. You know, and I would also say too that during this process, a lot of people have began to see the writing on the wall. You know, I've highlighted it enough as or as much as I possibly could, but a lot of people are now understanding uh, the situation that we're currently in, and that really is the bottom line is that uh, we have a county, which is the largest Republican county in the United States, that uh, does not want to follow the law on elections, and that is going to affect every election going forward in our state. It's going to impact the all the well, it's really 15 counties in Arizona, so all 15 counties in Arizona will be impacted by the fact that Maricopa County is not following the AZ election law. Of course, our voters are very well aware of this. You can see that through the election integrity polls. Um, but the rhinos that are inside of the AZGOP, and these are the people who are either elected officials throughout the government, whether the city, county, or state, in one of the three branches of government, or the folks who are supposedly elected to represent the precinct committeemen in the party. But it seems that when folks, just as politicians, when folks are elected to a position in the party, uh, they don't serve the people. And all I can say is that these folks, the elected officials, the politicians, and the folks who are the party officers, uh, a lot of those folks are going to be thrown out one way or the other, and we will direct our energy and resources and money towards people who deserve to be in office. We're not gonna continue to have a quasi red state. Either the elected officials, the politicians, and the party officers are going to serve the people, or they're not. Uh, but there's not going to be an in between, and we're not going to have an ad hoc blue state. Thank you.
Well said. Caroline, I saw you throwing up a lot of hundreds. You want to jump in, Caroline?
Oh, hi. Yeah. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah, it sure is afternoon. Good afternoon, Matt. Yeah, no. I was just listening and agreeing with Christian. Yeah, Christian is a true freedom fighter. He's doing a fantastic job. He's taking arrows, I'm sure, from every angle, and I support him 100%. We're meeting all kinds of people across the nation that have his spirit and his knowledge and his willingness to use both. And I appreciate him. So I'm just taking care of a few things I got to do around here, some housekeeping and listening in. And I retweeted the space. Okay, thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning. Dale, did you want to comment on anything that you heard? Because I think there's a real battle going on there, and you have some insight.
Well, yeah, I think that people can't give an inch to people that are breaking the law. I mean, there's plenty of things that people can do within the law to assert themselves and to support people that are standing up for keeping the law. Because if we don't keep the law, I mean, like, what's the point? We're watching all of this. I mean, there's just law breaking just becomes the norm, and people feel like they can't do anything, and that's the biggest mistake that that they'll ever believe. It's what the people who are doing wrong want them to believe, that they can't do anything. But their voices are important. Their votes are important, and they have to hold the people to account and help the people that are in the positions, within the government, law enforcement, all those things, to help keep them to account that want to do their jobs. Because, I mean, if you don't get that protected, then you really don't have anything. Because that's how the people get to speak and voice their opinion, and it is a representative form of government. So that needs to be taken care of, and I think that Arizona is one of the key battleground areas that should not never be conceded. It has to be fought tooth and nail, by every lawful means available to the people, and to not let this happen, because we can't keep letting the people who are committing crimes to stay in government, or they're using unlawful means and depriving the people of their rights. We can't allow that to happen. But we don't have to do what they do. We use the law to protect ourselves.
So, Christian, I'm glad you came up today. Thank you. And so, let me ask you a question. So, if Maricopa County doesn't follow the rules and the citizens know it, saying you have a primary coming up, and you accuse whoever, the board of elections, what does that process look like, and who would be the enforcer? So say Kristen Lamar, in Maricopa County, this district, this was illegitimate votes, X, you have the proof. How would it move forward?
Well, right now, because we have a dysfunctional Republican AZ state legislature that believes that there are no problems with our AZ election laws, or that the AZ election laws are A-OK, because we have a dysfunction in the legislative branch, and as well in the judicial branch, the courts. And we definitely know that we're not going to get any help from the governor. The people are going to have to rise up and use their political power. And this is what I talked about in terms of taking people out of power by way of the party, because all of the incumbents rely on the party apparatus, and they can't get into a primary election without having the party apparatus behind them. The best possible way to do that is by way of censures, also encouraging voters to not donate to candidates, making incumbents uncomfortable when they want to give speeches or they want to go to political events, starving them of resources, not giving them volunteers. All these things will contribute into many rhinos resigning or deciding not to run for reelection. This gets those people out of the way. And even if it means that some seats become blue, it's a heck of a lot better than keeping the same folks in the same seats and spots, and basically just taking up space and not doing their job. The That's really a recipe for disaster. The better alternative is to take those resources and that power away through the party apparatus, and then give those resources to candidates in other areas or even in other states to help other candidates or other people who are upholding the party platform to fight for us, to fight for America First, and fight for election integrity. That's the best course of action. And in the past, when we've done that, where we decided that we didn't want to have a rhino to be reelected again, and a Democrat was elected in that seat, we wound up expanding our majority. One example is in Alabama, when Doug Jones turned Alabama's U.S. Senate seat blue, uh, we ended up expanding the U.S. Senate, and we got 3 U.S. Supreme Court justices confirmed. So, it's not always a bad thing to get the rhinos out, because that puts us in a much better position to get a America First, or someone who is going to fight for election integrity and not just lay down and lie down and allow Democrats and establishment, as well as the government, to run all over us. That's the best thing that we can do now, and that's what we're already doing right now. Is to do that, and yeah, people are going to do different things like ballot chasing, and which you can't even ballot harvest in Arizona. That's not even legal in Arizona to do that. And some people will say, register more voters, but at the end of the day, no matter how many ballots you chase, or no matter how many voters you register, If you don't have fair elections, you don't have a country any longer. And so we're going to be the example for the country, the model for the country to say no. If you have a Republican inside of elected office and they're not doing their job, and you want to get them out, you don't have to wait until election day to get them out. We don't have to wait until Tuesday, November the 5th, 2024 to get them out of office. We can do that well before. And that is the primary reason why politicians always say, quote, wait until the next election, end quote. No, you don't have to wait until the next election. You could get them out before that. Thank you.
So I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, Christian, but this is not just Arizona problem. This is nationwide problem. And I'm really interested to see what comes down if the Kari Lake is able to discount the 17.5. I mean, she's got to verify 17,500 votes in that state that were illegitimate by mail-in vote. Is that correct?
I mean, it's really, I wouldn't say that it's just Kari Lake, because a lot of people, they forget Kari was not the only candidate that was on the ballot. I was on the ballot. Many other people were on that Maricopa County ballot. So the bottom line is, and I don't see this happening because of the way that the laws were written, but the bottom line is there would have to be some judge in some court or jurisdiction that decides to set aside the election results and call for a new election. But remember, that's not going to be a ultimate solution, because we would have to vote under the same election statutes, under the same election laws, under the same election procedure manual, under the same Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, in the same corrupt election process. So, while setting aside the election would show the country that Maricopa County did not follow the law, it still won't put us in the best position, because we have a dysfunctional state legislature, Republican AZ state legislature. And when I say Arizona, or when I'm pointing out Arizona, the same, it really applies to the six key battleground states and the six key counties: Clark County in Nevada, Milwaukee County in Wisconsin, Wayne County in Michigan, Philadelphia County in Pennsylvania, Fulton County in Georgia. So the same problems are happening in these six key states and counties. And at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is what do the state legislatures do inside of those states to have a fair election, and whether or not the counties in these six states are following the law. That's the only thing that matters at the end of the day. I mean, all this, whether it's uh, Trump's name there or whoever's name is there, the only thing that's going to matter at the end of the day is whether or not the counties are following their state election law, and whether or not they're holding a fair election, and whether or not the state legislatures are doing their job, because they're in charge of the elections according to the state constitutions and the federal constitutions.
Well, thanks. That was a great explanation. And I wanted you to tell it because of the ramifications just behind Kari Lake. Like you explained, all these other people that are on the ballots. I have the exact same thing happening in my county, Christian. We talked about it before. So it would be quite an implication if a judge did pass that, and then it would be an infection throughout the nation. That's what I'm hoping. My fingers crossed. Yeah, Dale.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Christian, I agree with what you're saying there, and I think that those things need to be done. I also agree that there are things that can help deal with the situation before the election that are within the bounds of the law. Because from what I look at the Constitution of the United States, it's an agreement between the people and the representative form of government. And when the contract is not being held, it's up to people to enforce them. And one of the ways that they have multiple ways, but one of the strongest ways that they have is through the courts. and while everyone else is doing the courts, I think the people should also access their rights to enforce the contract that's being violated by multiple parties on multiple levels. A lot of people are not sure how to do that, but this is where I have no problem working with people to teach them how. Because again, like you said, if they go back into the same corrupt situation, it's really not going to help. But we didn't get into that situation overnight, and it came in multiple ways on multiple fronts. And I think the power people can take more of their rights back with the means that were provided to them by the Constitution to protect those rights and assert them, and to help people like yourself and Carrie Lake and other people that are in throughout the country that are working to preserve the liberties of the people. But I mean, the people can help along the way, and use whatever they can, even if it's picking up the phone and putting the pressure on people. I think that they should, because it's a group effort. You know, you guys can't do it by yourselves. You need the support of the people. That's how you get into office and so forth. So I think that the people should be doing everything they can to support the efforts of those who are trying to uphold the Constitution and the rights of the people. And I would like to connect with you if you can send me a DM offline and talk. I have some ideas that I'd like to run by you that you may find helpful. And so I'll park it there. My daughter's got her hand up. I'll let her speak. She looks better than me, her bald old dad, and she sounds a lot better. So I'll put it down there. Thank you.
Sure. Send me a DM. Yep. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Mega. Hey, Marlon. Thanks for letting me come up to speak. See my dad in here. And hey, Sir Christian. Yeah, my father and I have been doing a lot of work to combat some of these things the last couple of years, and for sure what happened to, and I came in the conversation a little bit late, but I know what happened in Arizona was a complete slight, not only to Carrie Lake in the elections, but actually the people, the Constitution, everything that we stand for in this country. And if you're willing, I would love to have you actually come on the podcast and talk about some of these things. I think that it's important for people to understand that we, the people, actually have the power to make a difference, and there are things that can be done so that we can make a change. I think that the Constitution is written well enough, and the Declaration of Independence is written well enough for us to have a solution to go about this in a legal and lawful way. I don't think that we necessarily need new laws in place. I think the ones that are already there just need to be honored. And I think that in some ways, when people see these crimes being committed, they just need to straight up go to their sheriffs and file a complaint, so that there can be investigations and stuff. And, that's more the legal aspect of, my dad. He understands those things a lot better than I do. But yeah, we'd love to, try and work with you in the back end to try and help this progress more positively for the nation, because it's not just an Arizona issue. It's an American issue at this point.
Sure. Please send me a DM, and we can set up a time. And this came up to the past couple of weeks. So when I say that that the AZ election laws that there are problems, or there are holes, or the county is not following the AZ election law, the only way to ensure that a county follow the law, or the only way that you address holes, or loopholes in the law, is by making changes to the law, by tightening up the law, by putting things like a purse string on the county, so that anytime the county doesn't follow the law, they lose their entire structure, just by virtually losing their state shared revenue. The county, as far as Arizona goes, I don't know about other states, but the counties in Arizona are not protected by the state constitution. So the counties can be dismembered and dismantled just by virtue of a simple majority vote. So that's the power that their Republican AZ state legislature has over Maricopa County. I mean, and it's also ironic that during this fight, the AZ Legislative Council's office, which is the clearinghouse for all AZ law, every single law on the books goes through the Legislative Council's office. The Legislative Council tried to basically make a claim that it's unconstitutional to compel the county to follow the AC election law. And when they did that, they actually put it in writing. I have that on my website. And we use that to show the precinct committeemen how how the rhinos inside of the party uh, are not doing their job, or how the legislature uses different tools to lie to the voters or lie to the people to get out of doing their job. Um, and so, from my viewpoint, there are definitely changes that need to happen inside of the AZ election law. I mean, we now have two elections that clearly show that the county is not following the law on signature verification. They are not following the law on chain of custody. They are not following the law even just on simple production of election data, keeping archives of data, following the standards for certification on the equipment. So, I mean, it is clearly obvious to me, and the really the only solution, because you can't solve this by replacing the county recorder. You cannot solve this by replacing the board of supervisors. You cannot solve it by replacing the elections director. You can't solve it by replacing the AZ Secretary of State. You cannot solve it by replacing the governor. You can't solve it by even having a different AZ Attorney General. The only solution is for the state legislature to take the necessary steps and action to prevent election fraud and ensure that they protect election integrity. And the U.S. Supreme Court, as well as the lower courts as well, but the U.S. Supreme Court has struck down parts of the Voting Rights Act, specifically upholding the power of the Arizona state legislature. So there is no excuse as to why Republicans cannot do this. They have the power to do it. They are just refusing to do it. And that is unacceptable. And that is why we have precinct committeemen across many districts in Arizona and counties that are calling PCs as we speak right now and explaining to them exactly what I'm telling you and saying, no, they are not doing their job. You've got the power to hold them accountable. If you don't hold them accountable, we won't have a state and we won't have a country. That's what we're telling our PCs.
Quickly, Christian, is there any litigation in there? Are there lawsuits filed for election integrity or election fraud in Arizona and particularly Maricopa County?
I mean, outside of the two election integrity trials that are currently still open, because Kerry's doing her appeal, and then Abe Hamadeh has his case too that he's fighting. But I mean, outside of those major two, I mean, there's always lawsuits that are filed. But I would just say again, even in the instance of Kerry's trial and Abe Hamadeh's trial, those trials are not going to change the law. They are only going to open up Pandora's box to see if the county is violating the 14th Amendment or due process or equal protection or Section 1983, or are they depriving the equal or the neutrality of the law by not following the law as all the other counties are following the law. So it really, in my view, it just comes down to whether a judge would decide the county is violating equal protection and due process because they are violating their oaths of office by not faithfully executing the operations of the elections. I mean, that's basically what a judge would have to do at this point. But like I said, that is not going to change the law. That might put a damper, or it will definitely put a mark on the attempt to steal elections, but it is not going to ultimately resolve the problems that we have.
So back to your PCs, educating them and wielding the power that they have can change this, like now.
Exactly. And it needed to really happen because the legislature, whenever the legislature passes changes or makes law and it's signed by the governor, it has to take about 3 or 90 days or 3 months in order to take effect. Then you have the potential for legal challenges that come along the way, and those legal challenges need time to make it through the courts. So the time to make any changes to the AZ election law has to happen right now. Uh, and once the legislature signee dies, that's it. We've lost the 2024 election, because once they go into the next legislative session at the top of January in 2024, it's too late. If they change any election laws, it's not going to take effect for the 2024 election.
Maggie there.
Yeah, I was having my mic was being locked up, so sorry guys, I couldn't come back and speak. It's becoming every space I gotta keep resetting, and then I also have had some functions censored, so sorry about that. Anyways, it's really concerning what Christian is laying down. Dale and Kay, you've had your hands up. Kay.
Yeah, I'll let my dad go quick before I go, and then after that I gotta run, gotta host another space. But yeah, Dad, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, there. What's happening a lot of time going on with the election integrity, that we saw just started to really break down in the 2020 election, and then we saw it even more in the 2022 election. These are products of crimes. And changes need to be made when everything is said and done to make sure that there are severe penalties for doing things like this, because this is how you steal a republic without invading it, by taking away the right of the people to vote by using unconstitutional means or nullifying their vote, which accomplishes the same thing. um, and this is something that the people can deal with, because they have a right to have their vote. They have a right to have their say, and they have a right not to have something imposed upon them by force, which is what we're seeing. And I agree with Christian that these things, if they're left too long, and it's still going to accomplish the same thing, because you're going to see the same things happening. And so the people have an important part to play in this. And like, for anybody who wants to understand how to use the legal aspect of it, I can help with that. And I'm sure there's other ways than other people who are doing things that we need to support, because this is not going to be a one shot magic bullet. It's going to be people using all of the means available within the bounds of the law to ensure that these things are not done with, like don't happen. Because when you hear reports of what's going on and not investigating, when I see somebody that refuses to be transparent about something like that, it makes me think that there's something bad going wrong. Because if something was done fair, then you should be like, okay, here's what happened, and then be able to show the people so that they're satisfied. And people need to be satisfied and contented that their government is doing what they expect them to do and what they voted for them to do. And when that doesn't happen, it needs to be rectified. And we cannot allow that to happen anywhere, because we're having the same problems up here in Canada where, elections are just being stolen, and they just talk about it like it's no big deal and throw it in the people's faces. Well, that's complete disrespect to every human being that goes into their country to vote. And I think that it's important that you guys get your vote protected. Do what needs to be done to ensure that that process is right, so that when you do vote, that it goes to the person that you want, the person that's going to uphold your constitution. So I'll put that there, and I'll let Keisha speak.
Yeah, just yeah, I agree with what my dad said, of course. And Christian, the way that you put that after explaining it, I understand what you're saying. I think that's correct as well. But I'll send you a message. I gave you a follow. Thanks for the follow back, and thank you guys for having this space. Thank you for letting us come up to speak. It's always great with you guys, and please give everybody on the panel here a follow, support what they're doing, and just keep yourself well informed. Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Kay. I think when I first came on Spaces, it was a long time ago, and one of the first spaces I stumbled into by just sheer luck or accident was David Jose. And he was speaking of the audit process, and the citizens are the auditors of the law, and then by filing an audit, you then bring it to hopefully an advocate of the law, which would be the judge. I hear what's going on, and sometimes I think that a lot of times as we begin to try and do things, it's sometimes too little too late. And, it's very concerning what's going on in Arizona and the fight that's going on right now. And as an Arizona citizen, I'm not there. I'm not an Arizona citizen, but I'm in California, regretfully. And as an Arizonan citizen, what do you think they can do um, as a citizen to secure the integrity of their vote, even though if things are going the way that they're going, they continue? How can a citizen act and do something to secure their vote and the integrity of the election and help? What can they do?
The best thing that a citizen can do is by continuing to talk about stolen elections and to talk about election integrity. And you do that with the power of social media, and then also, if someone wants to get more involved, then they can become a precinct committeeman, and then also help to steer the party in the direction that we're doing now, which is to really put the onus on the state legislature. And that is, by doing that, it is causing a physical reaction, not only from elected officials, uh, uh, party officers inside of the Arizona Republican Party, as well as members in the media. The media has now began to write about what we're doing, and I don't even have anything to do with a couple of those stories. So I would just say that um, the best thing a citizen can do is to use the power of social media to keep the focus on stolen elections, and then participate in the process of holding the the Republican AZ state legislature accountable. And so some people may not be able to become a precinct committeeman because they don't have the time, or they may not, want to be that involved. But the minimum is having a Twitter account. I mean, that is the absolute minimum, because I can tell you the elected officials, uh, the Wendy Rogers of the world, and some of the other folks that we see that are in elected office, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Matt Gaetz, Ron DeSantis, they're on social media and they're trying to control uh, the public interest and the public perception and the reliance interests. So the public, we're the ones that control that. But by us not being on Twitter, or by a small amount of us being on Twitter, we're conceding and giving up our public interest, our power, the public perception. We're giving that away to the government, and that should never happen. So the minimum action is having a Twitter account and continuing on a day in and day out basis of talking about election integrity and going to these election integrity posts, either by myself or Josh Barnett or Gail Golick, or going to Rasmussen Reports every time they have a poll on election integrity and retweeting that poll, covering some of the things that Constance does. She's on stage with in the yellow shirt, um, continuing to cover election integrity is the best way to help ensure that we have fair elections and that we can stop the onslaught of stolen elections.
It was also, Scott Pressler's been doing a lot of work, and he's been working on key swing states to try and, assist voters in not only registering, but encouraging them to vote uh, as soon as possible and not wait until election day. Um, I believe Scott Pressler's been making a lot of strides on this. They've been registering a lot of voters across America and doing a lot of great work and encouraging people to vote, and to vote as soon as possible, instead of waiting until election day. Do you think that is a good, there's a lot of people that have concerns with an election integrity, and, it would seem that the machines failing and all the things that happened just led to a disaster. So, what are your thoughts on that, Christian, as far as early vote action and how effective? And it would seem the numbers were effective in Florida. Um, what do you think?
Um, well, I have a different perspective on it. Number one, Florida has been turning red for years, and really a lot of that started through the uprising of President Trump. So Florida has been trending in that direction for a while. I would also say too that while submitting ballots early and getting the ballots counted, it would seem like that would make the most sense. I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things, because if the county is not uh, following signature verification properly, then it really wouldn't matter when your ballot is counted, because they could just simply just decide not to check the signatures, or spend 1 second per signature and let that be it, or they could just not look or not use the voter registration record that they're supposed to use in order to do the signature verification. So um I'm not one that would believe that our problems would be solved just by simply submitting ballots early. Also, in terms of voter registration, I mean, Republicans have been trending uh, better than Democrats in Arizona for years. So it's really not. We don't have a problem as far as voter registration goes. I mean, and even if we did register more voters, that doesn't necessarily mean that all of those voters would submit ballots for the upcoming election. So that would not solve it either. Uh, but in terms of voter contact, voter contact would be beneficial, because if you're doing voter contact, that means that you're doing voter education. You are encouraging voter engagement and voter participation. So by doing voter contact, that will help us a lot, because it'll get more people involved in the process. But just by simply uh, chasing ballots, or worse, filling illegally filling out someone's ballot and submitting it in, I mean, it's really not going to help us at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, there are more Democrats employed in Maricopa County than there are Republicans. You know, um, so I would just say that what we need more than anything is voter contact, because the voter contact means that we're educating voters, we're engaging them, we are getting them to participate, and those are the most important things, because the voters are relying on the party to tell them what is going on inside of the party, or what is going on inside of the country. So in order to do that, we've got to make contact with the voters. And the precinct committeemen can help with that effort. And of course, there's things that the RNC or GOP does 5 minutes before the election. But again, it's not 5 minutes before the election or waiting until election day. It's what you do when the election is not coming up. That's what really matters.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, I think my concern is with Gen Z as well. We have a lot of people entering into voting, and the media and social media has been swaying a lot of people's minds when it comes to who to vote for and why. And the morality question keeps coming up, and they keep pumping, this immorality equation into certain candidates, which sways people's opinions and votes. Dale, please.
Yeah, this is. I'm actually going to bring up something that the young kid patriot usually brings up in some of the spaces. But one of the things that there's an issue with is the integrity of the process, right? Because when I watched that Katie Hobbs was overseeing an election that she was also running in, that should never happen. That is, I can't even. It's like if you got robbed and the person that you said robbed you was also the judge. So how do you get justice when the person that you're accusing of crimes is also the judge that's overseeing the case? That's not even reasonable in the slightest. Like, regardless of the situation, no reasonable human being is going to believe that somebody who's doing this is going to have is going to have complete transparency. You have a vested interest in the outcome of that, and that just opens the door. The risk for that is too high. So what is going to be done to restrain these types of things from happening? Again, because they're not reasonable. In many cases, they're not lawful. And so when people come in and they do the education with the votes and everything else like that, these things still need to be restrained. That's a huge risk.
Thank you, Dale. It looks like we got Ultra Maga has joined us in the house. Good morning or good afternoon, Ultra. How are you?
I'm doing great. Listen, Dale, God bless you, bro. You sent me something that requires a private investigator. Like, bro, listen, I gave you one free search. I looked up who I did, and you're bombarding me with spam of your search. Look, I'm throwing this out to the people. I am a forensic researcher, but I don't work for free. I am volunteering my time for one free search to find someone you're looking for. But if you have like lawsuits with a rabbit hole and all this other bullshit, I'm not getting involved in that. I don't work for free.
Ultra,
Yeah,
calm down.
sorry.
You don't. Yeah, it's okay, boss. But it's a little hot. It's a little heavy. And it's a little
Okay.
personal.
Let
Can I ask?
me.
Is that all you had to say today?
No. I love all of you. God bless America. Make America great again. Listen, if you're not following me, follow me. And if you want to find anyone in your family, any friends, whatever, I just need.
Ultra, thanks. Really appreciate it. So back to what we were talking about, election integrity and things along that line. Is it true that, there is an audit process that could be worked on a unified front, just with citizens filing like an audit and citing the laws that are being violated, and bring also that to light as a unified effort? I mean, some of these cases that you're speaking of, there's obviously a law violated. It was stated and brought to notice, and then that's how it ended up in litigation, right?
Well, yes. I mean, the county, during the Kerry Lake trial, the county admitted that they did not follow the law on signature verification. I mean, they admitted it on multiple occasions. They said, we don't have to spend any time checking the signatures. They said there is no minimum amount of time. So, that has clearly been demonstrated. Secondly, the people can demand or give the Republican AZ state legislature an ultimatum to do an audit at any time. It doesn't. The legislature doesn't even have to be in session to even have an audit or do their own investigation. I mean, that happened concerning the 2020 election, uh, and the county, per state courts, the state court has said that the legislature can compel the county to comply with the investigation. So legislative subpoenas, legislative warrants, legislative summons. I mean, the legislature has the power to do that pretty much at any time of their choosing. I mean, really, in my view, when we are in the middle of the election, whether it's election month, which is absolutely ridiculous, or election day, the legislature could issue subpoenas at any given time and seize the machines and say, you're not going to use these machines. We're going to take them away right now. And the legislature has the power to do that. They have the power to request the data that's on the tabulation machines. They have the power to. I mean, they have the power to seize whatever they want from the county because the county was created by the legislature. Same thing goes for the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State was formed and created by law, and the Secretary of State is also subject to the legislature. So, I mean, this is all these different things that we're talking about right now really comes down to the Republican AZ state legislature and whether or not they decide that they are going to take the necessary steps to ensure that we have fair elections, whether by audits, whether by investigations, whether by warrants or summons or subpoenas. It is all, or including making any changes in the law. It is all on the legislature.
Well said. Uh, Marlon, do you have anything that you wanted to add to this?
I just, we're laying it out where, everybody in the world is going to expect this one fail swoop. This takes work. This takes many election cycles. So, what we're speaking of and what Christian really laid out is that, hey, this is the process. We can't expect in one election cycle to be able to change the world. But if we start with 23, we set our states up for a lot better success in 24. I think that's, important to keep in mind, and really getting involved in your PCs is really the whole route, taking your city back, taking your county back. It'll be interesting moving forward. But, as Christian says, we have to change the laws. That's, we have to have them abide by the law. And in my particular county, they did not abide by the law. It's in a court right now. It's going to be appealed, and it's going to go to another court, and it'll be heard in August when nobody cares. And then they'll scream voter suppression, and, it'll be dismissed. So this is probably the third go around of the lawsuit of 2,300, illegitimate votes in our county. So, it would flip the entire legislature. It would totally flip our county. It would be red right now instead of blue. So yes, this is the tactic, and PCs are the way to contain it and make them abide by the law.
Dale?
Yeah. Just briefly before I say anything, I'll address kind of what Mega said quickly before he left. He provided a search, but he gave me something that I already have, and I gave him some information to give some necessary context. And then I don't know why he got angry, but that's really it. So I'll leave that aside. But the one thing I say is that if the state legislator isn't following the law and the Constitution and not going and down the way that they should in order to do those things, then something still needs to be done, and there are still available means to do so. The federal government and the federal system is designed to keep the states in check, just like the states are designed to keep the federal government in check. They're to be a counterbalance towards each other, and they should be used in order to leverage against each other to make sure that the things are running right, and that should be done. The next thing that I'm saying is that the people that are making these unconstitutional changes, they are full aware that they are unconstitutional and that eventually that they will get struck down. But they're counting on the fact that they won't get struck down until the damage is already done. And that is not right. That needs to be dealt with and addressed immediately, because you see the same pattern of events. You're watching laws being passed in multiple states, for example, in other areas that are just completely unconstitutional, and they eventually get struck down. But it's gonna do the damage. It's gonna take time to do that, and this is what they're banking on. And this is how the corruption continues, because by the time it gets addressed, it's already too late, and that needs to change. There are other means that it can be used by the law to ensure that that time gets cut down.
One thing that I will say, the federal government, the way that our Constitution in the United States is drafted, it gives the power of the states uh, to set the times, places, and manner of holding elections, as well as appointing the presidential electors. Then you have the fact that in the 10th Amendment, that every state is sovereign. Then you have in Article 4, Section 4, that every state shall be guaranteed a Republican form of government. Uh, the structure of our federal law really just ensures that the states have the control over their elections versus the federal government, and the federal government, the only role that United States Congress would have is if they wanted to make a constitutional amendment, which the constitutional amendment would never happen, just because of the fact that uh, we have electoral realities on the map that you can't defy the electoral reality that we have. You got to have 60 votes in the Senate, in the U.S. Senate, so it's not, you're not going to be able to get to that threshold without having real support behind something making a law. And then if you want to do a constitutional amendment, then you got to have then you got to have a convention of states as well. So those are just electoral realities that you can't get beyond. But the true way to really make a difference or make a change, where, as I said, you're putting the pressure on the state legislature. Let's say, for example, if let's say that down at the border, in the Yuma sector down at the border, there were 10 million people crossing the border, and then when those 10 million people crossed the border through the Yuma, Arizona sector, there were camps being set up right in the parking lots of major Fortune 500 corporations and businesses, as well as small businesses, mom and pop shops. Do you know what would happen? The folks who make $400,000 a year and $500,000 a year, and the hedge funders and the venture capitalists and all the financial managers, they would start rising up against what is happening inside of what's happening right on their company grounds, right on their properties. So until we get to a point where we're at a breaking point, where the citizens really start to rise up, will we really start to see change or different things begin to happen? Again, that goes back to public interest and reliance interests. Is that if you're not able to get public interest or reliance interest in order to make a change or make a difference, you're not going to be able to reach that goal of really imposing your will on the legislature, because that's basically what we face right now. We're facing a point where the Republicans are saying, well, we don't. There's nothing that we need to do. We don't need to worry about any of that. We're just gonna wait until the next election. And so while we're working on getting the rhinos out of office, it may take an event where 10 million people cross the border, and those 10 million people cross the border in the Yuma, Arizona sector. And as I said, the folks that make $400,000 a year, $1 million a year, when they start seeing aliens on their property, on their corporate property, or their home personal property, they're going to start rising up. So so maybe we will see that happen.
Well, quickly to your point, Christian, look at the stress it's already had on the communities. Like you take Arizona, Yuma. I mean, you have to be feeling it in your public services and your hospitals and your child protection services.
Right. and it is, we are seeing the effects of one of the hospitals being completely overwhelmed. Uh, but it's got to get much worse. I'm sorry to say this, it's got to get much worse. It's got to make people inside of our country, in our community, in our state, and in our county to feel uncomfortable. It's got to be. There's got to be something. It's almost like, for example, and I bring this up because I just think it's the perfect example to describe what needs to happen. When the LGBTQ began to uh, uh, create a bigger footprint or have a larger stronghold over the country, the GOP started to move towards the LGBTQ. They started to create these different Republican clubs and platforms and all these other things. You had certain groups that were creating spokesmen for LGBTQ policies to basically intersect the Republican platform. Well, you want to know what happened? What happened was the LGBTQ started to move into the schools. They started to move into, going after employers and religious organizations and institutions or faith-based organizations. What happened was in Loudoun County, there were two girls, unfortunately, that were raped in Loudoun County. And what happened was the parents began to realize that the LGBTQ platform was a cancer and they needed to cut it out. So that's what's happened, is where you've seen this rise up against the woke left or wokeism, because the parents said enough is enough. The GOP and the RNC was in a position where they were ready to adopt the LGBTQ platform. Now, not so much, because the parents said no. So the same thing is going to have to happen here. I mean, and who knows what that event will be, but but that's what it takes. It takes a catastrophic event to wake people up, to get them to understand this is a problem. And who knows if it's something that's border related or whatever the case may be, but something is going to have to happen to wake people up who are not paying attention.
Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of respond to something quickly before you go ahead, before I forget. When I was speaking about the federal government and the state being counterbalanced to each other, I wasn't speaking specifically about the legislatures, about using the judicial system, which was designed to make sure that the Constitution was enforced, right? So this is about something that's already existing. If it wasn't clear, the federal court system, right? Say, for example, if there's an issue of one of the states that decides to go against the Constitution that was already in place, agreed upon by all the states, that you have so far, they can't go. They have a means to enforce them to abide by what was done, because they can't go and circumvent the process to change the Constitution without going through the process that's outlined in the Constitution. That's what I was referring to. The judiciary, if you see the way that it's used in practice, that's what it's for. It's, you watch the judicial system, and by extension the law enforcement, which is a part of the judicial system that feeds into it, that help to do so. And this is why I'm saying that portion is not being leveraged, because if the states agree that this is the way things are done, and other states are getting out of line by not abiding by that, then the people have the right to go ahead and use the federal court system to ensure that the states are not violating the Constitution that all the states agreed upon. Yes, they have autonomy, but they don't have the right to circumvent the Constitution that they agreed to with all the other states. And that's where an area that should be used by the people to assert their rights, because that's how they get to enforce the contract between them and the government, right? And that's just all I was saying. I don't say that the federal government comes in and just starts over legislating and getting the overreach. No, it's just enforcing what they already agreed to, and that's really the purpose of it.
Right, right. Of course. I mean, if there's a state that writes a law that violates equal protection or due process, or if there's a state that goes out of the bounds of the Constitution, then yes, a federal uh, uh, lawsuit or a claim for relief in the U.S. District Court, in the federal court, the circuits all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court, then yes, that would be a scenario. Obviously, you'd have to have the right case, the right plaintiff, the right scenario, and then at that point, it's up to the judges that case gets assigned to.
Thank you both. I just wanted to welcome Asher. He came up, and I see a cactus on his profile there. Asher, how you doing? Are you there, buddy?
Yeah, hey, what's going on? I'm just trying to wake up.
Yeah, me too. We're kind of just rolling into the morning. We started at 10, and we're just kind of getting warmed up ourselves. So, what's going on, Asher? Where are you at, and what's going on with you?
Um, yeah, everything is good. North Scottsdale here. Seeing where this state is going, what's the direction, and it's kind of scared me.
Well, I think a lot of people are concerned with election integrity and making sure that their vote is actually counted, and that the laws are being followed in there. But apparently, there's a big issue going on with the laws not being followed, and that's kind of where we're going at right now. What we've been discussing. I did invite Chris Rose to the space, and also Shane. I do see you down there, Shane. I do want, other people that are candidates to step up and discuss, what's going on as well. I'd like to hear from them and see what's going on with them, and have a conversation about this with them as well.
So Ash, hey, we're glad you showed up, because you're the perfect candidate to make our new PC down in Scottsdale, right, Christian? I mean, this is this is where people get started.
Yeah, I mean, it all gets started at the precinct level, at the legislative district level, inside of the county, inside of the state party. And, when you are working on things outside of the typical primary election season or general election, and you're doing things like we're doing right now, which is calling precinct committeemen, having an hour or 2 hour phone call with PCs to explain to them the power that they have. That's how you start a movement, and that's where candidates are born. That's the whole reason why. That's one of the reasons why I started this movement. Because a lot of people said, a lot of people said that censures were useless. They said that they were futile. They said that they were a meaningless piece of paper. That it would not get any coverage in the media. That no one would even pay attention to it. Yet here we are. We clearly have shown that that it is being paid attention to, because it's a real threat to incumbent politicians. And when an incumbent politician is afraid of being thrown out of office, that you're doing your job right.
Good morning, Shane. Thanks for coming up, or good afternoon, excuse me. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing fine on a fine day every day. So I'm having a little connectivity issues here, but because I'm trying to keep doors closed, it's so damn hot outside. Yeah, to what Christian was just saying, I don't know, it was probably, I'm in my 5th year, so 8 or 9 years ago, I just got really knew nothing about the local grassroots organizations that exist in every state. There's different names for them depending on where you are. But I just started going. I was really quiet for probably the first, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, and just kind of tried to figure out who everybody was and all that. And the next thing I know, I'm announcing that I'm going to run for state house, and son of a bitch won. Kind of weird thing. A bit of a roller coaster down there. Some people thought I was going to burn the house down, which wasn't the case. I have a little more respect for the office than that. But I've watched many local, we call them BPUs, you guys call them precincts, which we have precincts too, or voting precincts. But so we have BPU, basic political operating unit, throughout the state. Some are by county, some are by district, what have you. And that is where a lot of the power is. This last go around, I had many people, especially from the beginning and onset of lockdowns, that were frustrated and just wanting to get involved. And, son of a bitch, 2 years later, one of them is now the chair of our local organizing unit. And another one that just came to me probably a couple months back, and she's now the secretary. So I've had them come down to the Capitol. They're very new and very energetic. And this is really where it starts, because you can take the direction of your local area where you believe it needs to go, because you're the ones that pick the next candidates going forward, for whether it's school boards or city council member, county commissioners, up to state level legislature, both House and Senate. And then, of course, our statewide candidates, which I don't know if Minnesota will ever win in one of those on the Republican side, but we have one of the most corrupt secretaries of states that they possibly can be. And it's been rumored that he teaches and corrupts many of your secretaries of state, because he is such a mastermind at it. So, in fact, in the onset of the lockdowns, the pandemic, he conveniently tried to change our statutory election laws and got a lot of pushback, because the Senate Republicans controlled the Senate at the time, which we don't now. But so he conveniently got a very liberal group to sue him, and then he just did a consent decree, and the judge signed off on it. So they basically used the courts to change our election laws, and by that it was the mail-out balloting, the ballot drop box nonsense, all of it. And then we had what touted themselves as very conservative county commissioners, because it's a nonpartisan office here, but yet they were bragging about ballot drop boxes and putting videos on social media about how great it was to have a ballot drop box at the local county courthouse outside. The nearest camera was 100-ish feet away, so you really can't see much, especially when you have maybe a temporary dealer plate on it or something. So we have a gentleman here who's very, very active in the forensic analysis. He's discovered, and I think it was 2020, there are 710,000 no signature verification, nothing. Nobody knows where the hell they came from. And then our Secretary of State refuses to turn it over despite even judges' orders for the voter rolls. So we have a lot of cleaning up to do, but it's in the bottom and bringing them up that are fed up with all this and sick and tired of it. And if I could do it, I know what the hell I was doing. Come on, I can do it.
Thank you, Shane, for coming up. Marlon, you threw your hand up in the middle of what he was saying, I think, or you're trying to give him 100%, because what he's saying is 100%. But what were you? Did you have something you wanted to add, Marlon?
Yeah, no, he's 100%. I mean, obviously it's the same rules that Christians, getting beat up with, that they're not following election laws. I mean, you just heard him. He just said that even though it was ordered by a judge, it's still not being implemented. I mean, that's what the call to action is there. I mean, you're showing them the law, but yet you're going to have a judge sway the other way and not execute the judgment. That's the problem.
But yeah, and it doesn't help when your attorney general is the infamous Keith Ellison, who, isn't going to go after any of this and force the hand of following the law because he's part of the problem, not part of the cure.
Dale.
Yeah, and when I listen to all these things, this is why I think that the people also should get engaged, because they're I mean, we have some people that are working in government and so forth that are doing what they can, but they can't do it themselves. Like, it was never designed for a handful of people to do this by themselves. And this is why the people can come in and do things to support them, all the different things, and even including accessing the courts and, going and working in the different areas. Everybody's got something different to do. They should just do something, is what I suggest, because expecting somebody like Shane or Christian and the other people that are doing this to carry the loads by themselves is just unreasonable. It's also impossible. They're just a handful of people, but there are millions of people that can actually go out and help to do things, getting out in the communities, educating people. Like, education is a huge thing because people don't know, and when people know, then they begin to start to make better choices, which will ultimately affect things going forward and prevent something like this happening again. It was because of the lack of education that we got to this point in the first place. So education is going to be huge, and everybody just find a spot to do something. It's really, really what I can say. Everybody has got to do something. Just don't be a passenger. That's really all I got to say, because we everybody understands that if you don't fix that issue of dealing with people who are doing wrong things to affect the elections, no amount of voting is going to do that. If they're going to act like this is 1920 Chicago and just manufacture whatever they need to and then coerce you into doing whatever. So yeah, we got to make sure that's done, and the people's got a big part to play in that.
Well, it would seem that COVID was the tool, or the disaster that was used as a tool to usher in some of these things that we're experiencing. Kind of like, the Patriot Act ushers in the ability to put other controls, or take actions against American citizens, under the guise of violating these Patriot Acts, these parts of the Patriot Act. But it just seems like COVID created this issue that we're experiencing, or was used as the method to get here.
I
And I think that COVID is that virus narrative is always there, that they can now use as a tool to subvert things in the future.
I agree. COVID exasperated everything. COVID is how they were able to bring in unconstitutional, widespread changes to elections without going through the processes that are outlined in the Constitution. And there's no provision in the Constitution for that. Secondly, well, most importantly, COVID was implemented as a crime. It's a crime. The entire response is a crime. My research outlines how it's a crime. I don't need to go over that. There's a lot of people who look it up themselves. So everything that's a product of a crime is a crime. That's where law enforcement and the courts come in, and people have a right to assert themselves from that. And so every person is a victim of that crime, and they have a right not to be a victim of that crime. And if your state state's trying to victimize you in that way, then you use the court system to do so, to get your rights to not be victimized by crime. Because nowhere in the Constitution does it say that your government, your state or federal government, has a right to make you a crime victim. There is nowhere that says that. It's to uphold your God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that should be exercised. If somebody's infringing on that rights, you go to the people that are supposed to be doing that, and if they don't do their job, you go to the courts. You don't sit down and do nothing. No, like if somebody broke in your house, would you just be contented to let that happen time and time again? No, you wouldn't. So why are you going to do that with your freedom and your country?
Thanks, Dale. Well, Shane, we were talking about early vote action at one point before you showed up as a pathway to possibly, bake in the vote, so to speak, and what Scott Pressler has been working on, not just registering, people to vote, encouraging people to vote, but to vote as early as possible. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, and what do you think as a path towards victory?
So it's interesting you happen to mention Mr. Pressler because I have him coming here on July 22nd. He's actually a very delightful man to talk to. And we're really looking forward to it. I think our official announcement's going out Monday. He's been tweeting about it a little bit. He tagged me a tweet the other day and it got some of the local folks kind of asking questions. But I'm hoping that his message resonates with the people because let's face it, we hear from. I'm sure Christian has heard this. If you went out and ran for office, people are very concerned about election integrity and the constant weakening of our election laws. And the general gist of Chris's message is, get out, vote early. What Democrats are really good at, they go door to door and they actually get the damn ballot. We go and ask them to vote on election day. Well, sometimes they don't show up. I have a great list that was sent to me the other day. In the 2018 versus the 2022 election, which was our governor election, how many Republican voters did not vote county by county? And it's a staggering number. There's definitely enough there. If they all would have gone out and voted, they would have had a much different outcome. So it's a matter of the downside in Minnesota. Minnesota has a quirk, and it's because we don't have party balance for the early votes. We only have party balance for observers on the day of, and that's why they intentionally draw this crap out for 46 days of voting. Because who's going to volunteer for 46 days, right? And then I find out. So what they do is they appoint the county auditor appoints her staff, his or her staff, to
Shane,
take a damn job. Yes.
Shane, your audio is going in and out. Can we what you're saying is really important. Some of the data you shared and your audio's going in and out. Can we reset and just see if you're good now? And then please start a minute back. I'm serious. You're a robot and a little bit bad.
Am I better now?
Yeah, I think you're a little better.
I'm trying to move my phone around. No, so we don't. Okay, so we don't have guaranteed party balance like statutorily is required on election day. On those early ballots. So by sending our ballots in early, you're giving them the chance to, nobody knows what the hell happens to it. So there's a concern about that. And we're going to try to, figure some of that out here between now and then. Like I said, we have a gentleman here who does a tremendous amount of forensic analysis of the voting machines, the everything. He's just an amazingly smart man, total computer geek. Half the stuff he says goes right over my head, so I make him repeat it 3 or 4 times. But he's done a lot of work with Seth Keshel as well, because we had him up here before the last election. And all this stuff is really important. And as far as the other thing that you guys were talking about, also, one of you mentioned the Patriot Act. Well, how many people are aware of the Restrict Act that's currently buzzing about? And one of the cool things, when you get involved in that local level, you have a lot more access to your U.S. congressperson, whether it's because your local chair, precinct chair, whatever you all call them. I mean, that's who your congressperson is going to listen to because they know you're the next ones moving your way up. And I have literally texted my congressman, who happens to be the whip, So on that Restrict Act, and a whole bunch of us did a lot of digging into that thing. It was a lot of pages to read through, and especially while I was in session. And I should post the picture of the bills that we heard this year, how tall they are. But and so I basically kept pushing information that he wasn't even aware of via text to him, and I think it really swayed his opinion on that Restrict Act, because that was a pile of butt wipe is what it was. And if you think your freedom of speech is bad now, or the censorship, that thing took it to a whole new level. So it's the importance of getting involved, and my idea of, we can all sit on Twitter Spaces and piss and moan, which we'd love to do. Don't get me wrong, but the idea when I don't even know how it happened. What is today, Saturday? So it must have been 2 or 3 Saturdays ago. Scott Pressler was in a space that I was in. I DM'd him. He DM'd me back. And the next thing I said, so I DM'd him back. I think he DM'd me first. And so I sent him my phone number. I said, call when you have time. And the next thing I know, 30 seconds later, my phone rang. And here we are. So, and I guarantee you, all the constituents, they're hungry for this. And obviously there's a cost to get them here. There's an airfare, a hotel, and all that kind of stuff. And it took me less than 1 hour to round up a whole bunch of people that said, don't worry about it, we'll cover the cost. And the venue was booked, the hotel room was booked, all of that within a matter of an hour, of people that know people and said, we got this. So, and the more of those people that we can bring in, I mean, look what Trump did. I don't care for those that don't like Trump. I think most people here do. It's not, I don't want to get into that debate, but look at the turnout he had. I'm old enough to remember Reagan when he was president, and he was, very liked by but also demonized by the media, much like Trump. But no, I have never seen a politician pack an auditorium greater than many bands can, major musicians can pack in, and to be able to do it 4 times in a week is even better. And he came here to Minnesota, I don't know how many times, and so obviously I got invited to every one of them. I made it to several of them. But I mean, the energy in the room. I even took the step kid with me one day, and he's not political at all. The first thing he said when we got back to the truck was, "That dude is fucking funny," and he really had a good time being non-political. And heck, he's a single young man, and I'm trying to point out all these good-looking young ladies. You should go talk to them. Get going. And he was so enthralled with the energy that Trump was bringing to this rally that. I mean, it's that kind of energy. We got to keep going, and that's the idea about what my theory is going forward. Is I'm going to get Scott here, and I think that's going to be July 22nd, and then around September 11th. Christian, you might know this gentleman. I know maybe he's in Missouri. I don't know. I'm not sure where he lives now, but Chris Tonto from 13 Hours of Benghazi is going to be up here because he's got a very close friend who's also a special forces guy. They hang out once every year, but so I'm going to try to get him to do one. Maybe I talked to Kyle Seraphin, the FBI whistleblower, to put those two perspective together of how the country threw Chris Pronto and his team under the bus, and then what Kyle brought forward as to what the feds are doing, and shifted. I think his thing was 90 special agents were shifted away from child sex crimes to go monitor Twitter to make sure nobody was saying anything bad about Biden and or Big Pharma. This is the importance of our special agents now. So, and then just keep, pushing them through and keeping that energy built up. And as we watch what plays out with our presidential primary, which I'm sure will be just as entertaining as it was in 2016, knowing Trump. So that's kind of my strategy for this whole thing. I mean, I have other colleagues that are very, very passionate like I am, but they do everything a little bit different. But in talking to them, even they're really excited about, Pressler coming here. And, we each have our own unique talents, and just utilize them, and don't think you have to know everything. Just stick to the stuff you do better. Because what somebody else said, I've gotten to know some really smart computer people that, they've kind of told me, I don't get it, but when you go into these polling places, there's ways to monitor what devices are active, like on Wi-Fi. And if you have a brain within cybersecurity kind of crap, you can kind of try to figure out if that damn ballot machine is got connectivity to it. And that was their suggestion. So we're just going to have to fox them at their own game. And that's kind of like Pressler's whole thing between Virginia, California. And I don't know if you've looked at his calendar lately, but man, that guy is going everywhere. And he just landed a solid thing with Turning Point. So even better for him.
Yeah, you've mentioned the Restrict Act, and what? Yeah, what I was trying to do was paint the picture. It's like you have a disaster, you get something enacted, and then it paves the way for the future actions, using COVID to then pave the way to do the things they're doing now. And the Restrict Act is a horrible act. I've read it. I've looked at it. It's very broad. It's all encompassing, and it's the next level. It puts the Patriot Act on steroids. It's just out of control. Marlon.
Amen. It does, because in the humor, for those that don't
Oh,
know,
sorry.
it even says in there that if you use a VPN, which in other words limits what they can see or takes away their ability to monitor what you're doing, then you are in you've committed a crime, and I think is it like 20 years in jail, a $250,000 fine for using a VPN? That's how bad this thing is.
It's $1 million. I think it's a minimum of $1 million and 20 years imprisonment for any transaction, financial or otherwise. It could even be intellectual. Then that's why I stutter sometimes when I speak in spaces, friends. Sometimes I really parse my words, and so I might sound like I'm not on my game, but I have to be really careful because words matter. And the Restrict Act goes past, present, future, any kind of any kind of transaction whatsoever you could think. But they were focusing on the word foreign, foreign non-friendlies, mainly. But this could even encompass Bitcoin for all I know. When they seize assets, they seize everything. And that's what the Restrict Act does. It completely takes everything that you have and just scoops it right up. It's no longer in your control. And 20 years imprisonment, $1 million fine on top of it, whatever. Penalties are heavy. Dale.
Okay, I'm gonna definitely have to do a deep dive in that. You just said something that really bothered me. No law is retroactive. You can't do that. It's just not possible. Saying that you're going to enforce this law for something that happened in the past when that law didn't exist is just, that's tyrannical. That is exactly what the Declaration of Independence calls the invariable pursuit of the object, and the object being absolute tyranny, the destruction of liberty. You cannot do that. It's an offense to the entire United States, and it should not even be allowed to get to a vote, because people who are doing this are knowing full well that they are imposing tyranny doing that. No reasonable person can sit down and say that I'm going to pass this law today to go after you what you did 20 years ago. That is not even in the remote, is not even remotely reasonable. No one does that. And certainly it's not supported by the Constitution at all. Because then what becomes, where does the line get drawn, right? You have to have boundaries. People have to understand that the law is designed to protect the innocent. That is the first and foremost purpose of the law. The Constitution is designed that way, and so is the Declaration of Independence. That they're to preserve the rights that you already have. It's to preserve the rights of the people who are abiding by the law, because when you abide by the law, you can do whatever you want. You have the freedom to do whatever you want. But when you start taking someone else's liberties, then the law kicks in on its secondary purpose to punish the people who are trying to deprive people of rights. So it's always to protect the innocent first, and the punishment of the guilty comes as a mechanism to protect the liberties of the people. And this is how the law is designed to work. When you start putting in laws like that, you're not doing that. Your primary purpose is to punish people. When you do that, punishment comes with an objective, and that comes with an objective to take people's rights away, to take away their liberties. And that is the destruction of your country in real time. That should be cut off at the pass. People should be using the courts to strike these things down, and go after them 6 ways from Sunday, because every person who's putting those things in knows exactly what they're doing. You can't be stupid, and you can't give people the benefit of the doubt on something like that, because if you have the ability to read, you know it's wrong.
Well, if you read the Restrict Act and you just go line by line, you'll see that it states the premise of the violation, and then it states the penalty, and the key words that continue throughout the whole entire document. And because words matter, especially in these documents when you're reading it, aside from your personal interpretation or feelings, you just read it and it states the word any. Any is probably stated many times in the document, which is an all-encompassing word. It's vague in its description, but it basically sums it up with one little tiny word, any. So that means all. And then the word transaction. So how do we define what a transaction is? Like, are we having a transaction of intellectual ideas? Sure. Is that considered something that's part of any? Well, any's all. So any transaction of any kind, it gets pretty vague, and it's so broad in its description, and so it pretty much wraps it up. And then to say past, yes, you're right. That seems rather unreasonable, to hold people to account in the past. But isn't that what cancel culture does? Isn't that kind of? It's almost like they built this as a cancel culture act in and of itself. Because when you go into the past, it's like going back throughout somebody's history and then holding them to something, to cancel them. Dale.
Yeah, I can speak to the Patriot Act, which I did read, and I remember listening to someone that talked about, how they started to define terrorism, so terrorists and so forth. So I went and pulled that. This was a few years ago, and read the thing, and I was like, wow. So what they're doing is legislating the Inquisition into law, and this would seem like this is just another element of the Inquisition being brought into the United States, which the United States was founded on principles to ensure that things like the Inquisition didn't happen, because that type of thing were what the people were fleeing Europe, the Christians were fleeing Europe from, and they wanted to ensure that that kind of thing did not happen here. So when you see them bringing, or people who are saying that they're, in government proposing these things that go strike against the very foundation of what this Western society was built on, I have to really question, where are they going with this, right? You that has to come up in your mind, because this is just destroying the entire foundation of what the United States was built on, and that can't happen. Like, that's, I mean, I would say the founding fathers, had somebody come and propose a bill like this, would dealt with them in a very, very different manner. But they couldn't do it at that point in time, because the people in the country understood what they were running from and what they didn't want to have. And so it would be dealt with in a very different manner. It just had to take time to change people's opinions and remove certain things to start doing actions like this. But these would never be tolerated early on, in any government, because they understood. It's like we've forgotten why we have the laws that we do, why the countries were set up in the manner in which they were. I'll park that there. I'm gonna have to leave soon, so I might have a comment or two, and then I gotta run.
Well, back to the Restrict Act for a second. I mean, it was initially proposed as the TikTok ban, or they mentioned TikTok, but I wanted to go back to what Shane said also on that, is that a lot of these, you were talking about the amount of data that you have, and you're going to, show us, like, look at all of this information I have to go through. I think a lot of times, a lot of these things, these changes are being pushed through either with a lot of fluff or a name that doesn't really describe it in a way that sounds like a bad idea. You know, actually, the name in and of itself sounds like a good idea. Yeah, TikTok's bad. We hate TikTok. Yeah, whatever. I could see a lot of different tactics used over the course of my lifetime that I've heard of, where it would seem these things are happening and they bury it with so much data, either that or under the guise of another name or principle of good to bring some kind of security to usher these things baked in that we're not aware of, or maybe people reviewing the information just can't see it because it's buried in there, or they're not taking the time to truly review it. So there's a lot of deception going on here, and these things are happening. It feels like they're happening in the middle of the night when we're all asleep. You know, we're unaware. At least as a citizen, that's how I feel. It's like being done under the guise of midnight and darkness without light being brought to it. Dale.
Yeah, yeah. This is gonna be my last comment. My daughter's telling me I gotta get going. Yeah, these things, they're being done in a manner that are in the cover of darkness. That tells you everything you need to know. These things should never be done. They need to be stopped. People need to be aware. People need to be informed. The powers that be, they know that China is an unfriendly country to the United States, and it's been that way for a long time. They also know that anything that is owned in China, the government, the state has control and access to that at any given point in time. So it's also a security risk. That also is known. So when TikTok is being pushed by China, essentially, and the powers that be were well aware of this, why didn't you stop it in the first place? There was legislation available to stop that from happening in the beginning. So they allow a problem to take place and then they provide a solution. That is also a huge problem because you could have stopped it beforehand, but you failed to. And now you're going to produce a solution that you say is going to help for the problem that you allowed to happen. I'm sorry. I don't trust that. And I would never trust that. And that needs to be stopped. I'll just park that there. But people should really think about that. If they create the problem, do you really want the solution? That sounds a lot like COVID.
Yeah, creating an issue that you have the cure for in your back pocket ready to distribute. Sounds familiar. Shane, how you doing, bud?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
on the amount of information that you have to go through, it must be insurmountable for people to
So,
comprehend.
Maga, look at your DMs. I just sent you. So that what that is, that picture is, if you can put it in here, that was all the different omnibus bills, budget bills for this last session. It's a stack of them. It's about, I don't know, 20 inches high and double sided, by the way. So it's a lot of reading to get through, and some of those were, I mean, it's all of them combined, but it's a lot to take in when you get an 800-page bill like 2 hours before you have to, go debate it, because you don't even know what the hell you're debating. I mean, some people, we always hear, there's no way you read that. Well, if I know, if for those that don't know, understand, I mean, we go through a committee process. It's a series of bills you hear, and then they get compiled into a massive bill. If I know there's one bad bill in there, red flag law, for example, and the public safety bill, why the hell would I bother reading that whole damn thing? Because I'm voting no. But I do hang on to them so you can go back to them and see all the other stuff, because there's no way you can physically read it, comprehend it, understand it in a couple of hours, especially when it cites statute, which means now you've got to default off a piece of paper and then take that statute number, go look up what it's changing. What does it say in that statute now to bring that reference forward? And the other thing somebody was mentioning, when it says any, and it says the other line that they love to use, but not limited to, because that opens the door for everything. If it says, but not limited to, And they are very clever at, I mean, look at the Inflation Reduction Act. It has nothing to do with inflation. It has everything to do with the Green New Deal and imposing a whole lot of crap in that arena, which is kind of one of my, I've been on the energy committee the entire time I've been there. So and I live in a host of one of the largest coal plants in the upper Midwest that they are shutting down, by the way. And because we're going to just build, I think we're building 20,000 acres of solar currently in my district, which is 20% of all the agricultural land in this county, which is a very heavy ag county. So if you can't see what's happening there, because in the Inflation Reduction Act in itself, there is $20 billion to just simply pay farmers to not farm. And then on top of that, there's hundreds of billions of dollars to fund more solar projects, which is doing what? Taking more and more farmland out of production. Well, how much of this farmland can you keep taking out of production until you run into a problem in that end? Luckily, I've been able to convince, it's a really touchy balance because a farmer cannot make the kind of money they're being bribed with because they're currently being offered $1,400 an acre. And it's a 35-year commitment, 35-year lease. So even if they realize 5 years from now, this stuff isn't producing squat for power, because why you put a solar panel in Minnesota when they're covered with snow for 5 months out of the year makes absolutely no sense to me, but you know, what the hell. It is literally bribing these landowners. And so how do you tell a landowner you can't do it with your land what you want to do? It's a really touchy situation, but I went and met with one last year before the election. He's got about 3,000 acres. He's a good-sized farmer. And I had been thinking about it, how to approach this conversation without telling them, you know, you're stupid. So I asked him, I said, would you take $3 million a year from the Chinese Communist Party to not farm your land? And he got really offended by that, which was good. And he said, you effing know better than to ask me that. He said the whole effing word. And I said, well, what do you think you're doing? And then we brought up we had a town hall, and we brought an energy specialist, a policy fellow for the Center of American Experiment. And I actually told that story. I never used any name. I didn't even identify male or female, anything. And I got a text like 2 hours later that he was really glad that we held this town hall. I did not realize he was in the flipping audience, and that it was very informative, and he was going to renege on his commitment to put solar on his land based on what he had learned. And that goes back to what Dale or somebody was saying earlier. Education's everything. And once you start pointing out the obvious of where this is all going, and you know, yeah, you're going to make a lot of money, and you're at your retirement age, and a lot of your kids don't want to take over the farming business. I get that. And short of growing marijuana, you couldn't make that kind of money, which I don't think in Minnesota marijuana would grow worth a hoot anyway outside. But that's the reality of it. They're literally bribing these people out of their land. And then when you look at the number of major agricultural production centers throughout the nation that have mysteriously just been destroyed or burnt or what have you, and you couple it all together, it's kind of look what they're doing to the farmers, and the Dutch farmers and the Italian farmers, the Canadian farmers, and even here, when you start adding it all up, there's going to be a pretty hefty food shortage coming to a neighborhood near you, plus all the other stuff, the southern border. I mean, just keep adding it all up. The whole pandemic, the never-ending advertising to take a jab that, for those that haven't taken it yet, they're not going to. Obviously, they've held out this long, but they don't stop. And the one good thing out of all this is it's woken a lot of people up. And I don't think you're going to put them back to sleep anytime soon, because they're pretty fired up. And I told one of my Democrat colleagues on the floor, the second to the last day, it was on a Sunday. It was probably about 10 o'clock at night. And he was talking to one of my seatmates, and I turned around and I said, Mr. Lilly, I have to thank you. I have spent 35 years of my life desperately trying to convince my sister she is on the wrong side of politics, and I have failed miserably. But I want you to know, and take this back to your caucus, say a big thank you for me, because you finally turned her around, and she will never vote Democrat again. And I cannot thank you enough. So there's some optimism going on here. I'm saying there's a silver lining somewhere, because a lot of Democrats are waking up going, this is not what I signed up for. And I mean, my sister openly did tell me she will never vote for a Democrat again. If Trump is the nominee that we pick, she will not vote for him. I'll take that as a win. She'll vote for the independent person, whoever that may be, but she's not going to vote for the Democrat president candidate. So I call that a vote in the right direction. So there's some good things going on.
Yeah, I keep hearing people talking about DeSantis, and it would seem that even in the media now, and this could be true, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, I could be being misled, that Republicans are leaning towards DeSantis because he's more of a surefire win in their opinion. Now, of course, this isn't scientific data. This is just some people that they ask this question, some Republicans. And it's like, okay, where'd you get this information from? I think there's a lot of people that are holding with Trump as their preferred candidate and who they want to be president. I think that message has been ringing true. You look at the crowds he draws, you look at his accomplishments. You go back and look at the Abraham Accord, some of the things he did as president. Come on. It's like, come on, man. Let's turn that saying back on them. Come on, man. Really? Shane, we're pushing for you. We're pushing for Christian Lamar. We've added Chris Rose to the directory, and MAGA Mission is really thankful for all that you're doing and your work with Scott Pressler. To every time you step up, you're getting active and you're reaching out to the people, and that's great, man. So thank you so much.
Well, I'm of the opinion, and I don't care if you live in my state or my district or what. I took an oath to 2 constitutions, one for my state and one for the United States. Doesn't that kind of make you all my constituent? Am I not responsible to each and every one of you? And even, I mean, it's hard to imagine, but I live in a very, very conservative district. It's about 75-25, somewhere in there, 76-24. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of people who don't pay attention, and I don't blame them. I started when I was very, very young, and in my late teens, I started going to these meetings. I was way younger than everybody else there. It was all older guys. And then this would have been back in the late 80s. And there was a state elected official that would come there on the condition we would never admit that. And he told us 2 stories one night, and it was really, really a lot for me to wrap my brain around. I mean, I was probably 17, 18, somewhere in there. And the 2 stories were this. One, he said there's a multi-governmental creation of a virus that is being created, and it's to take out the scum of the world. And it's going to be called the HIV. And he went through the explanation of what the intended target is. And he used much different words we don't typically use anymore, but the N word was one of them. The word we used to use for gay men, and then drug users. That's how he described it. And as a young man, I just can't comprehend that our government can be that evil, right? And I'm thinking about all this in real time. But then he got on to the next one. And it was that the banking industry is going to be coming out with a new instrument, and it's going to be sold to everybody on a convenience, and how it's going to make everything easier. And he goes through this whole explanation, and then he said it's called a debit card. So what, was he half right? Because we all have a damn debit card in our pocket now. So after I got elected, this is how funny and small this world is, and how God just lays things in your lap sometimes that you don't even realize what the hell you're just being ushered along in God's plan. But I'm sitting on the floor, drinking from a fire hose at the time. It was a lot of learning to do when you didn't come up through politics. Never been elected to anything in my life. And the gentleman right behind me on the floor got up and gave a story about his dad, who was previously a state rep. And then he said his first name, which he went by KJ, but he made reference to him. And I turned around and I went, son of a bitch, that's the guy's son. That's the guy that told me that back when I was 17 or 18, 30 plus years ago, 40, almost 40, 30. I'm now sitting right in front of a guy, the son of the guy that told me all that stuff back then. And so when I was that young, I kind of felt like I was at that age where I had to grow up and move out, get a job, become independent, whatever. And in 2000, was it 2007 or 8? Someone can correct me, but when we heard fundamentally transform America, that's what the day the music died. Because I never listened to music after that. Everybody, I'm a construction guy, so everybody that works with me hated me because I always listened to talk radio when I'm on a job site. And that's where it all started for me, to go all in. But anybody can do it. That's the point of it. So I don't know. Keep doing these spaces and keep educating people and keep convincing everyday ordinary people. The representatives are supposed to be just that, represent each and every one of us. It should not be a crap load of lawyers sitting in these chambers that know nothing about what they're crafting other than their own agenda and goal. So that's how I look at it.
Well, I would hope with all the data that you need to go through, they're at least letting you review it via PDF rather than a stack of papers. It's a lot easier to do word search and find what you're looking for. I do a lot of contract reviews, and like you said, some of the terminology is all-encompassing, and it's a loophole that's worked into that verbiage, and I have to navigate that and redact it or ask for an amendment to the contract because of the verbiage used. And when I look at these documents, especially one like the Restrict Act, to me, because I review contract documents and I understand the premise, when I look at it, it looks to me like an operation matrix. That's how I look at documents. It's if this, then that, different sections. There's, it could be lettered, I, A, C, Exhibit C, the different exhibits and reviewing it. It really, when I look at stuff, I use PDF files. I just can't do that type of review with paper in front of me because I'm looking for key words. Once you learn the terminology that they use to try and suck you into a bad deal, or in this case, a bad amendment or act or anything, a law, you need to look for those key words that bind you into something that once you let that happen, you've given away everything. And that is what you need to be, and so if you can review that stuff, Shane, and see it, God bless you for trying, because it's difficult, even for somebody that's very skilled at it. Miles, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good conversation. It's interesting. A lot of people have heard these phrases before. Unrestricted warfare. The storm is upon us. So what does that mean? It's the storm of psyops that are being launched against us with the unrestricted warfare. So it makes the battlefield, hard to navigate for, the average person, let's put it that way. So Shane knows that I'm in Minneapolis and I'm trying to navigate this battlefield that I've been placed in. There's something going on here that we're not really paying attention to. So logic would say, DeSantis, you're stupid. You're doing the wrong thing. But why is he doing that? And then also, Bobby Kennedy, what are you doing with your family history? So there's some things that don't make sense here. And
I don't know what happened there. I don't know if Marlon hit the mute or I did. Sorry about that. Please continue. Miles, I think you were accidentally muted, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. I always forget to unmute myself when you get accidentally muted. I think it was at the point where there's something going on here, because it doesn't make sense that these two candidates are running at this time, especially with the numbers. It doesn't make any sense. So I think we're going to find out what the play is here down the road. But you can look into it, and why was even DeSantis picked by Trump to be the governor of Florida? You know, that you have to look at these things going backwards and figure out what's going on. Now, both of their campaign strategies are Trump policies. And I'm seeing that other people that, they're not looking into it like as deep as we are. And doctors like Bobby. And these are MAGA doctors going, he's saying the right stuff about, the vaccines and stuff. We've always kind of wondered about that. And, but it's not going to work. These numbers, I think, are being utilized for Trump, because what we're going throughout the world, I think, with AI is data collection. And I definitely think that, our side is using AI against the bad guys. Now, I'm not saying that the bad guys don't have it also, but there's so much data collection that's going on across the world with the storm, with the different psyops that they're running. And it's happening in almost every country, that I don't know who's collecting it, if it's the NSA or if it's, the fourth PSYOP division. I'm sure that they're collecting data, but just, don't have these knee jerk reactions to what is being presented to you right away. Kind of, sit back and watch what's going on. And if it doesn't make sense to you and you have a gut feeling that it's not right, then you're probably right. So don't have these emotional reactions to things that are being presented to you, because that is part of the storm and the psyops being launched on us. Thanks for the mic, guys.
And Miles, I'll say to that I learned very, very early on, when Trump says something, especially when he's getting beat up for it, just give it a couple of weeks. Just wait till you see where this is going to go, because it always ended up turning into something else every single time. And it eventually turned into either this guy is got incredible advisors, or he is just simply incredibly outsmarting them, because they would all come out, media would just ridicule him, and then it would turn out to be true. And it happened time and time again. So I'm with you. I don't buy into the, I had a lot of friends that were very pro-Trump, and then they came to the point, it's just time for Trump to go. We need somebody else. And what was really interesting about that, then when Trump did that CNN interview, every damn one of them flipped back to being pro-Trump. And just they just literally all kind of fled right back over there going, after seeing that, there's nothing stopping them now. And then there was even liberal pundits out there, like podcasters, whatever, social media influencers, whatever you want to call all these wackadoos. But they were all screaming at CNN, you just gave it to Trump. You just guaranteed his win. And so it was really just sit back and enjoy the show, because it is a psyop thing. And who's winning the battle? I don't know. Good versus evil. And for those that, I know there's a lot of conversation about Rhino and Uniparty and all that kind of crap. I'm not going to say it doesn't exist by any means. I see it, even within my own caucus. But I'll tell you, there is a lot of us that are very much against it, and fighting daily to try to bring in, driving 3 hours north to your state to make sure this candidate wins over that one, because I don't need another one that's just going to do it because they want a job in politics or something. I want the one that's doing it because they're doing it for what's right. And there's the number of us that are there are growing every biennium. So I'm hopefully optimistic, I guess.
Shane, can I ask you a question? Have you noticed how Trump talks to multiple audiences at the same time? if you listen to him closely. He actually gives you clues, and but he has to talk to, the not so intelligent voters, and just get, because that's when he repeats himself, like his accomplishments and stuff. But then he'll say something like, when he was saying China, and then he said the orange of the investigation. Now he talks in code, so someone is helping him with this to get out language to like anons, people that do research. So I don't know if you've noticed that he talks to multiple audiences at the same time. And also, he is the only one that will get rid of the disease. Now, I'm going back to the doctors. They like Bobby Kennedy, but he's not going to get rid of the cancer, get rid of the disease that we know that exists. And you can call that the swamp or the deep state. And he's actually done certain things that we can look at that would eradicate and sterilize this disease. Okay, answer the first question first. Thanks.
Yeah, that was a lot when it comes to questions. So I find a lot of the things he says, like I just said, just let it play out, because the way the media spins it is not exactly the way I took it. But let's see who's right in the end. I never jump out there and say you're wrong, because it's much funner at the end to say, see, this guy has got this figured out. And I think a lot of it is the industry that he is in, at the level that he has been in it for his working life. He had to play a lot of very expensive political games to get things done. And I don't nowhere near that kind of a builder, like to his level, but I deal with the same thing. I deal with zoning and permitting and all the BS that they put us through. And some of it's so redundant and duplicit. It's part of why I ran, actually, because it's just frustrating, and it doesn't need to be. And when you push back on it, they say, well, you don't want to build, you don't care if you build unsafe homes. Well, that's not it. You're just making it stupid and cost too much, and nobody can afford them. So it's all the same thing, and it's all levels and layers. And the one thing, since the lockdown started and the whole pandemic crap, I became very obsessed with that, and I became locally very well known. We had a complete underground network for those that were too afraid to go to a hospital, or once their loved one was stuck in a hospital, trying to help them get out. If any of you remember, there was a patient flowing from Mercy Hospital down to Houston, Texas, because the hospital was insisting they're going to pull the plug on the guy. The family said no, and so they were going to do it anyway. And so then we got an attorney to file a temporary restraining order against the hospital, and this was not her wheelhouse of law by any means. We got Thomas Renz to back her up, to give her the confidence to do what she was about to embark upon, and she won. And then she had to explain to me, I'm not a lawyer, but she called me back and she's like, typically a TRO is 3 to 5 days. We just got 30. And I said, Marge, it doesn't matter. We need to get them the hell out of there before something happens, either way. And it was one of many. And then there was doctors that were doing these telehealths because they could under the emergency orders, federal. And one in particular, a Texas doctor, who now is like a brother to me. He did over 1,000 telehealths up here, and we had pharmacies that were quietly filling these prescriptions. And out of those over 1,000, I don't know how many there are, 1,200, that I personally connected them to the doctor to do the telehealth at their whatever, that's what they chose to do. Not a single one ended up in a hospital. They all bounced out of it pretty dang quick with whatever it was they had, whether it was COVID or the crud or whatever. Because I don't buy this damn PCR test either, because it was all part of the whole damn lie. But this is like, it built a network of all of us. And then when Elon bought Twitter and we're now able to communicate and bring more and more voices together, I've talked to doctors that, like, I can't believe I've actually talked to. I mean, they're like iconic doctors, and I have them calling me, and I'm like, I ask myself, how the hell did I get here? And to me, it's like it's a blessing. Um, it's a little stressful at times, but it's it it's long hours. But you know that at the end of the day, not everybody made it. There's a lot of funerals I've been to in the last 3 years. That was probably the number one meeting request I had all of a sudden through that whole mess. And but at the end of the day, we did save a lot of people, and I can't emphasize enough. And I know there's all kinds of dispute over which one's the better one of all these like nationally known doctors now. But I can tell you firsthand that Ryan Cole is one of the most genuine men I've ever talked to in my life. He actually has done things, and he didn't refuse to charge for his services, for what he did, and it's going to help going forward. In the proof, because obviously he's a pathologist, so it's not the doctor you want to meet. I mean, he's your last stop in life or end of. But he generally has helped in many regards, and then Dr. Eric down in Texas, who did all these telehealths, and I remember talking to him New Year's Eve of 2021. And I said, what are you and Carrie doing for New Year's Eve? And he said, really, dude, I have 683 scripts to write out tonight. That's what the hell I'm doing. He said, that damn Peter McCullough, he's running around doing interviews and seminars and all this crap. Well, I got to write all his scripts too, or something like that. But they're good friends. And Peter was getting the voice out. Eric was staying low, keeping his head down. And this was all part of everything and bringing this country back. And of course, Texas Medical Board went after Eric's license because he was doing the right thing. And maybe it was because he treated Roger Stone. I don't know. A Trump ally. That's a bad thing, I guess. So there's a lot of good that's happened out of all this, and hopefully a lot of people are waking up. I've met a hell of a lot of people through this whole thing, and I can't emphasize enough. We need more everyday average people inserting themselves into those that make decisions for the rest of us. And we cannot have all these poli-sci lawyer type people writing bills that affect each and every one of our lives that they know nothing about. They don't know anything about our individual industries that we work in, and yet they are crafting language that regulates exactly what it is we do. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Sorry about the lag there. I got to check in with my co-host, Marlon. Are you there, buddy? All right, he might be locked up, so I'm going to drop him down. Want to say hi to Paul as well. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, Paul. I'm going to go to Miles, then we'll come back to you, sir. So just hang on a second. Miles, please.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, I got informed last night that Elon's working on some glitches. So he's trying to do some fix on the system for a couple days. So spaces will be glitching. Kind of noticed that earlier today. But what I wanted to bring up was, look, if you are not a believer, this is the best time to rethink that. Let's put it that way. So I know in the past, I was always like, the nut job, the oddball. What are you talking about that stuff for? And this goes back years, right? And why are you reading that kind of stuff? Well, because I didn't know that the way the timeline was going to work out, because I was still working when everyone started to get furloughed, and I was at retirement age, and I'm in good shape, and I like the public, And look, if you're going to go into politics, you got to love people, and I was in the service industry, so I like to associate with a lot of different kind of people and ideas, but um, it gave me, when I got furloughed, it gave me the opportunity, with all the experience and research that I'd done, to have a lot of time to do more and try to figure out what they were doing, because I knew about these other things that they had set up before, and then of course when they launched that operation against Trump, and that's what I'm going to call it, And I'm not going to go into the details of who did it and why, all that stuff. But we know what happened. And what we had to figure out, because there was no transparency, with the whatever pandemic or whatever you want to call it, and also trying to convince people, well, hey, they just lied to you here. Don't you think they're going to lie about a fix for you? But look, everybody at that point they'd already been targeted. They were wearing masks. They were like 6 feet apart. And I went, I don't have a chance to convince these people that I'm not crazy. So, but I tried my damnedest. I did. And luckily, my wife and I, we don't have any problems. Now, my extended family, I couldn't do anything about that. They already thought I was a nut job. So I did my best, and I'm going to keep fighting this battle until it's over. And I think, look, I've always told people, not always, but just recently, I figured out what the definition of apocalypse is. If you go back to Latin and with the old Greek, it means disclosure and to uncover and to bring light to. That's what apocalypse means. So I definitely think we're in the apocalypse. And just remember, the bad guys put zombie on the front of it to scare you. It's not to be afraid of. This is all about disclosure at this point. Now, it's going to upset you, some of the things you're going to learn, but that's the timeline we're on right now. Thanks for the mic.
Thank you, Miles. That was an interesting perspective. I like that definition, breakdown of the word apocalypse. And very interesting. Paul and then Das. Paul, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me in here. This is my first time here, and I'd like to touch back on something Miles said earlier about how Trump speaks to people. And if you go back to that CNN interview that he did, some of the answers that he gave, especially on Ukraine, she was trying to force him to pick sides. And he said, I simply want people to quit killing each other. And I'll have this thing done in 24 hours. So, my Texas self is thinking, take those words and let Larry Elder or Ramaswamy or Nikki or any of those folks, it just doesn't ring the same. Trump has that ability to say those kinds of things, and they're 100% believable. Whereas, with the field, even DeSantis, there are no strong, natural leader types that can hold a candle the way Trump handles himself and handles the crowd, in my view. Over.
Well, the issue that I'm seeing that is being created with the conflict between Russia and Ukraine and our involvement is that even if Trump, what they're trying to do is they're trying to create an event horizon, an irreversible event. And Trump would come in and immediately, if he could, he would come in and completely reverse all direction on any involvement, probably, or he would create a pathway to peace. But if an event occurs now, between now and then, it's almost like an offense that can't be overlooked by the other country, or it's something that is already in motion and cannot easily be reversed. Let's put it that way. But I know he would make every effort to correct and do so, even if these people that are running the ship right now are steering towards the rocks, inevitable disaster. Das, Guten Tag, what's up?
Oh, not a whole lot. I really don't have much to add. I know you sent me a request to speak, but I really don't have anything to add at this time. So sorry about that.
No, that I sent, I sent a lot of people in the room a request to speak, and I just like to say hi to people, even if you don't have anything to add. So totally acceptable.
That's great, man. Appreciate the offer to speak.
Yeah, I like to get to know people, and when I have the opportunity to, and we're not rolling so fast that it just rolls over individuals from being able to even jump in. I like to turn it back to the people that I appreciate the most. There's a lot of people here that have hung out with us now since 10 o'clock this morning. And I want to thank you for doing that. If you like, you can retweet the room. If not, that's fine. We're recording it and we will put it into the MAGA Mission library. So pretty much everything that was said today by Christian Lamar was excellent. Shane has said some excellent things. Miles has brought some interesting perspective. Das is in the house to say good morning. Paul has his hand up. What's up, Paul?
Yeah, I mentioned this the other day in another room where Shane was in, and uh, I don't want to beat a horse, but you know, Shane and representatives that do the kind of work they're doing are so important to the fabric of our country. So here's a guy, obviously in the construction industry, takes a pause to do citizen service, to serve his state, and speak for the voiceless and those kinds of things. And there's there's a big part of me that thinks a lot of uh, Joey Bag of Donuts just doesn't realize the sacrifice that a lot of these folks are making in order to uh, make the place better and all of the other soliloquies I could think of. But I just wanted to do a shout out to Shane and his ilk uh, for doing that, because citizen service, there's no higher calling. There's really no higher calling. And I'm not, I live in Texas, so I'm not trying to get your vote, Shane.
Well, that's fair. You know, I will say, and I know a big part of it is a lot of people like are very intimidated of getting up and talking in front of people. I was one of those when I decided to do this. The first time, I don't know, it was probably 15 people, and I was so damn nervous. I thought I was going to pee my pants or tip over, one of the two. And you got to figure out how you best approach it. And each person's got to do that on their own. I'm not some of that pre-write stuff. I tried that once, did not work out for me. I threw it away on the way from one room to the other. And I just go with what I know. And it's interesting because I got Eric Trump to come to my little itty bitty town in nowhere, Minnesota. And that son of a buck went off for an hour and 10 minutes or better and had no notes in front of him, and he never stopped. And it was like amazing. And I kind of learned, you just kind of pick up things along the way. And I see Donald Trump do the same thing, that he doesn't, I don't know if he's got a teleprompter in front of him. But I've watched him at rallies where, I see the screens are there, but he's not looking at them. And he just goes in different directions but stays like going through it. And sometimes he gets off on a rabbit trail, which so do I. But it's more genuine, and the more you do it, we all got to realize we're all friends. I have not met anybody yet that can put both socks on at the same time. So, without help anyway. I mean, we all put our pants on one leg at a time. We're all just simple human beings. Just some have evil intent. So we just have to use our voices to, bring us all back together. And we're so divided by the media right now, and that's why I don't watch it anymore. But and then somebody else mentioned one of Trump's talents. I think it was Miles, maybe. But Rush Limbaugh always referred to it as the low information voter, and Trump, Rush rather had really good insight on a lot of stuff, political psyop type, how to break it down for the everyday listener. And God bless him. I wish he was still around because I did enjoy listening to him. But that's kind of the whole thing. And just I don't know. Don't go in phony. For those that want to run or someday or think about it, just be who you are. Be genuine. Don't try to write a speech that's not you because it's going to be obvious. So just get up there and be you and have fun with it.
Yeah, what Paul brought up, the people that are fortunate enough to be at a place in their life where it's the perfect timing for them to jump in, and be active politically and to try and help save America is truly a great service, to take up. And it's really great. I listened to Chris Rose yesterday. He's a man on a mission, I'll tell you that much. If you've ever gotten a chance to listen to Chris Rose speak, please go and find him and also follow Shane and some of the things he says. The thing that concerns me the most is that the media likes to tell us what we're thinking. Now, what I'm trying to say is they're trying to tell us what, for example, maybe Paul is, to try and tell me what maybe Paul or Liz or Miss Doubtfire is thinking to sway my thought process to jump on board with that narrative. And I think what they're really trying to do is, again, they're trying to tell us that what we're thinking is that DeSantis is a safer bet, and to ditch the Trump narrative, to ditch the Trump train. And if you want to win, you better get on that DeSantis train, because that's what we're all thinking. That's what my buddies are thinking. They're feeding that to us. So this psyop that I'm talking about is like this news media narrative. We got to be really careful in our discernment as to what we're being fed, what we're hearing, what we're seeing, being fed to us through the media. Miles, how you doing, bud? You've been hanging out, being patient.
Yeah, that's a virtue. But look, even though I talk a lot, people say I'm kind of cryptic and vague about my information that I put out. Um, what Paul was talking about, as far as what Trump talks about and how he talks to different audiences, and we're not even talking about, the number 17 and what that tells you to do. I'm not talking about that. So he was at a press conference. There were some reporters, and he said the orange of the investigation. And they laughed at him. He said orange, and he's Orange Man, right? And he was supposed to say the origins of the investigation. So I was like, what is he talking about? And so I did some research. He was talking about the Prince of Orange, that was a Prussian leader. And if you think that there's not people out there trying to help us, like we're all alone in this battle, this will give you some evidence that we're not alone. So I went, that Prussian leader, when was that? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there was a series called Prussiagate. And I did some deep dive into Prussiagate, and I went, oh, that's what he's talking about. All this was planned hundreds of years ago by the Prussians. Now, who are the Prussians? Well, they're in Germany. And what did they do after World War II? The Prussians, they came over here. What's another word for Prussians? Nazis. Where did the Nazis or the Prussians come from? They came from the Ukraine. So, and it's all tied into the bankers and all this other stuff when you do research on Prussiagate. So he can't come out and really tell you, like, oh yeah, everybody needs to, follow this path. The breadcrumbs are over here. But if you are, have enough time and you wherewithal to figure this stuff out, he puts out clues. So I just wanted to say, Paul, you're right. He talks to us in certain ways, And he's been doing that from the beginning, as soon as he got in there, because what president before Trump, after he was elected president, did rallies all the time? I was like, why is he doing this? I mean, he's already the president. See, that tells you something right there. What was he doing? He was telling us where to go and where to find stuff to figure out what these guys were going to do to us. All right, thanks for the mic.
You're welcome. I got locked up there, but I came back just in time. Yeah, I think a lot of the time they're doing things boldly in our faces to infuriate Americans as well. I missed some of what you were saying there, so hopefully I wasn't out of context. Sometimes I'm way out of context when I'm locked up. Miss Doubtfire has joined us. Miss Doubtfire.
Yeah, I just posted something there in your little bubble. Apparently, Fox News just put out a statement about Hunter's laptop.
Would you like to share it verbally?
Yeah, it just says that they can say beyond a reasonable doubt that Hunter is a pedophile and that there are a lot of really disgusting pictures. But I put the link in there for you. We all knew it was there anyway, but to have Fox News actually bring it out is, after getting rid of Tucker, is kind of amazing.
Right. Well, I think what's going to really be amazing is when people hold certain other people that tried to suppress or to otherwise subvert or not disclose or hide the information specifically to possibly influence the decisions of people and their minds, not disclosing the information. That could be really bad. That could look really bad, wouldn't you say?
It could. I just have recently been kind of watching the flow of news. And since Tucker left, for better or worse, once something comes out on Fox, it starts coming out on other stations like CNN.
Right. Well, there was a whole thing trying to make that out to be Russian disinformation, and then to suppress the information. What laptop? It doesn't really matter. It's just like this, that we don't have anybody being indicted over Epstein Island after Epstein disappears. Grizzly, all of that. What about the people on the list at Epstein Island? I mean, this is all the same stuff where we have obvious evidence of a crime, and what is happening? Nothing. Well, how are we going to go back in time and go back to the source of the disinformation?
I didn't know anything about Epstein Island or any of that. And
No, I'm just making reference. I'm just making reference to how people aren't being held to account for these crimes.
But for me, I didn't know anything about any of that. I was just very upset about vaccines. And then I found out about the laptop, and that had me ask questions. So I don't know if more people will wake up and start asking questions, but for me, that's how it started. It was that laptop news. Then it led to other questions, and then the Epstein Island. And I don't know if we'll see anything come of it beyond that, but I hope so.
Paul, you were jumping in there, and I talked over you, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to say Garrett Ziegler was on one of the talk shows last night that where he introduced his the website that's quoted in Mrs. Doubtfire's post that she put up there, and I would encourage everyone to go to that laptop and make your own. I mean, website, and make your own decision. It's pretty nasty.
I just want to interject for a moment, going back to something that I think it was. Oh, somebody had their hand up. Never mind.
It's okay, Doss. It happens. It might have been what Miles was saying that you maybe wanted to go back to. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
We can go there. Why don't you raise it? Just say it. That's
yeah,
okay.
because he was talking about the Prussians after World War II. Uh,
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I was going to say, Doss, are you a Prussian?
my family comes from that area, Pomerania. So
Okay, got it.
yeah, so I don't recall anything. This is new to me that he's talking about this Prussia Gate. Where can you can you get a little bit more involved, get a little bit further into exactly what it is that they did after World War II? Because I've never heard of it. My family's never mentioned anything like that. That seems to be relevant to a discussion referencing to today's politics, I guess, is what this is all about.
Well, Doss, I found it to be an interesting part too. And when he said it's specifically mentioning a specific group, right? It's saying it. So when I heard it too, I thought to myself, huh, that's kind of interesting. So I would like that to be expanded upon too, and to have that explained further. Was it Miles? I think it was Miles.
Okay, I can do that. The Kaisers. Go back
Thank
to
you.
right? Kaiser Wilhelm. He was a Prussian. So if you go back further, Ferdinand, if you look at Ferdinand the Great, he came up with a lot of this stuff, how to take over the world. And a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with, the different operations that they're running, is coming out of there. Kaiser Wilhelm, that was his mentor, let's put it that way. So, I mean, the whole thing about Prussiagate, when you get into it, it's like a 5-part series. And now they have a new series that they're putting out. If you guys are interested in it, you can go to Rumble. And there's a guy that actually reads the text. So you could be like, doing some stuff around the house and just listen to the whole series. So, because you can kind of go on Rumble and go back on this guy's channel, and it's called P. Gunnels. It's all one word, like it's Patrick Gunnels, but it's P. Gunnels on Rumble. And what he does is he just reads epic threads. He reads these threads from history and any publications that people put out that are interesting, and stuff that we're
How do you
interested in,
spell
right?
that? P. Gunnels? P-G-U-N-N-E-L-S?
Yeah, it's P-G-U-N-N-E-L-S, Gunnels, P.
Okay.
Gunnels. And I mean, he does a good job. Don't listen to some of the other stuff that he spouts, like flat earth and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of us out there that are falling for certain psyops, but just go into the Prussiagate series, and it's going to walk you through that. Basically what they did is they sacrificed Germany because they knew they were going to lose, and because they're connected with the bankers. So you got the Bushes selling equipment to the Germans, and there was all this propaganda coming from Stalin. It was a huge propaganda war, World War II also. So they pretty much know what the outcome's going to be. So these Prussians decided to flee, and that's Operation Paperclip. And it's like 10,000 of them that left Germany and went to South America, North America, Canada, and those are the people that are doing this to us right now. So, but yeah, it's a long thread to go through, and I can't remember everything just off the
Well,
cuff.
I've heard of Operation Paperclip before. I believe but what I want to get to real quick, just to put a PSA statement on that, or maybe even just, I'm listening to what you're saying, and although some of historical data can be used to create a narrative that, has a Hollywood twist to it, or maybe even has a Q twist to it, some information is factual, some information could be not factual. And when you tell me that this Prussia Gate thing, its originator or the person who created it is also a person who talks about flat Earth theory. So you put the
No, no,
caveat on it. Am I correct, or am I
no,
mixing
no,
that up
no.
in what you're
He's
saying?
just an auditor. He just reads it. He didn't do pressure.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Yeah, so he reads a whole bunch of different threads by different people, like Brian Cates. You know
Got
who
you.
Brian Cates
Clear.
is? You know who Brian Cates is?
I just wanted to say that you clarified it, that he's just a narrator reading information, but some of it was about flat Earth
No, no.
concept.
I'm just saying that.
Just
That
saying
he.
that, what I'm saying is just trying to bring validity to something else, and even mentioning in a sentence flat Earth really confused me. Sorry if I got confused.
No, no. I just wanted to bring that up because let's say you're listening to his thread. You're listening to Prussia Gate Part 3, and then during the break, he'll mention something about some other kind of conspiracy. It just just let that go. Look, my father worked for RCA, and I lived in Titusville when I was a kid. And the teacher would go, "Let's go out in the playground and watch the astronauts go up into space." So I watched Alan Shepard go into space. He did not, the rocket did not hit the firmament. It didn't hit the top of the dome. He went into space. And my dad actually he filmed, he sat on a flatbed trailer with these telephoto movie cameras and would film the rockets, and they would use that data. It was called telemetry. And so I know all about this stuff, and I just kind of laugh, like, come on, guys. It's another psyops. It's a DARPA. I think DARPA put this out. I don't know, probably about 8 years ago, 10 years ago, to see if it would work. And damned if it didn't work. So they keep updating it to divide us and have us argue about just dumb stuff. So yeah, I'm sorry if I threw that in there at the wrong time.
Yeah,
But
what
yeah,
confuses
you should definitely
what's
look for Prussia
confusing me
Gate.
is that the most of the Kaisers from the World War One, those who created Germany and unified those states, most of them were marginalized during World War II by the Nazis by far, didn't they? Because
No.
they weren't part of they weren't part of the Nazi parties. They were kind of set to the side. So I definitely have to research that and go through a bunch of
Yeah,
a bunch of a bunch
you
of readings and uh, other than
yeah,
YouTube to figure out exactly where this is coming from. That's my personal opinion. I
well,
study history pretty well, so I just don't.
okay, so let me just throw something else out there. This is in Prussia Gate. Have you ever heard of the Hasianic bankers?
You talk about Hessian.
Yeah, they were called the Hasianic
You're talking
bankers, the
about from the
Hessian
state of
bankers.
Hessen,
So you have heard about them,
not the bankers, but that's the state you're referring to, the state of Hessen.
right? So they were in power probably about 300 years ago, and they were heavily into slavery from North Africa and also from Serbia. And in fact, the biggest slave population ever on the planet were the Serbs. That means slaves. And so that fell out of favor around the same time that the Civil War started. So it's really interesting that you're going to learn a lot of history by listening to Prussiagate. Let me put it that way. I don't want to go into it too much and take up the mic. Thanks.
I just had to drop Marlon. I think he's locked up, and well, it's interesting to hear what you were saying and talking about, and I appreciate you expanding upon it and clarifying a little bit further so we can understand. Because some of these concepts are, like Das was saying, you have to review history and you have to look into it a lot deeper to have any kind of understanding. Um, you know, After World War, we let's just look at our NASA program. I mean, we probably wouldn't have all the rocket technology that we had or we have now. Although Elon's expanded upon it and made it more economical to launch and relaunch. You look at throughout history, we've had a lot of things happen, technology, excuse me, that was contributed to us by Germans, and that's a known fact. I just want to get to maybe Texas. He looks like he joined us. I haven't given him a mic yet, but good afternoon, Texas. Good to see you. And we're just rolling along. Hopefully, Marlon will be able to reconnect and come back and join us. Yeah. So I'm really turning it over to the people every day. That's what we do. I don't have a script. I don't have Chat GPT helping me out with talking points or educational points when we talk civil liberties or the amendments or the Constitution or about election integrity or voting strategies and all these things. It's just really an organic conversation. So I want to thank everybody for having that with me. Texas, how are you doing this afternoon, sir?
All right, sir. I'm at home, chilling, man. I can be with y'all a little bit, but I'm gonna get a big D if I don't get over here. My wife gets home from work about 3 and spend the next couple of days with her. So, but I'm with you for a minute, brother. I'm doing good. How are you, sir?
Hey, Texas, is it raining where you're at? We're getting killed out here in East Texas.
I'm in you're in Mineola area, right? I'm in over at Cedar Creek Lake, and it's no rain over here, brother. It's clear skies.
Come on now. God
I'm
dang.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm telling you, brother, it's clear over here so far. We got a birthday party planning at Tom Finley Park on Cedar Creek here this evening. I hope it ain't gonna rain.
Man. We're getting wiped out right now.
That's crazy because I'm only about 80 miles from you, and we haven't seen no rain whatsoever.
Yeah. Welcome to Texas.
I'd actually argue welcome to Mother Nature. Kind of happens everywhere.
Yeah, that's
Just
true.
happens.
MAGA might be locked up. Miles, what you got, brother?
Yeah, I was locked up. Sorry, Texas, I didn't respond. I couldn't get back. Marlon just got back. So sorry about that, fellas. And thanks for filling in for me, Paul. Really appreciate that. It's a real pain in the butt to come back in and have to reset everything. Miles.
Maggot, can I call you Matt?
Sure. People call me worse all the time. Matt works for me. My MAGA, whatever. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. So Matt, I'd like to pick Shane's brain for a minute. I want to get off the history lesson. Is that okay with you?
Sure. Gladly bring it back. Bring it back to what we were talking about. Come on.
Is that okay with Shane?
Well, he's here.
All right. So Shane, I'm sure you know who Captain Seth Keshel is, and I've been following a lot of things on an election integrity. In fact, I was back in 2010, I was in the Patriot Tea Party movement. I still am. So, what kind of discussion actually happened on the Hill over there about election integrity? Anything?
So if we go back to 2020, Attorney General Ken Paxton filed a lawsuit against I think it was 6 swing states back then. Many of us down in St. Paul, I think it was 12 reps and I don't know how many senators. We actually sent a letter to Ken Paxton to include Minnesota into that lawsuit for nothing more than if there's nothing there, then prove there's nothing there. If there's something there, then something's there. And so early 2021, after we sent that letter, it was the second day of session. I remember that much. Something that I had never experienced before, which was I think it's a resolution that was read on the House floor, which basically chastised, and they read each of the House members' names, mine included, for sending that letter because we are attempting to destroy democracy. To which I guess I wear that as a badge of honor. And I had never heard of this particular motion or resolution, whatever the hell it's called. And I'm like, can we debate this? And they're like, no. Yeah, can we do anything? No. Is it bad? Yes. What does it mean? Well, it's entered into the journal for his history, and your name was just put on it. I'm like, well, I guess I wear it as a badge of honor because my constituents actually were asking for it. So, unfortunately, when you're in the minority, there's not a lot you can do. So what has happened since is they've pushed forward more and more bills, which now are being signed into law, to further bolden themselves or protect themselves to do more election integrity issues, whatever. And that's where we just have to fight back and outnumber them. I mean, we can watch what's happening, and it is happening. But the more we talk to people, and particularly we got to get outside of our comfort zone and talk to others that maybe don't always agree with us or somewhere just barely left of center, whatever, to get to that middle ground and go, is this really what, I mean, how the hell did we get this far without 46 days of early voting and without all these electronic tabulators? I mean, what would be so bad about going back to just hand counting? Well, we had a township that passed a motion to do both, run through the electronic tabulator and then do a hand count, very small little township, could have easily had it done in time. And then the county attorney went after the township attorney and said, you can't do that because of the contract that you signed in 2016 when you accepted these electronic tabulators. That's not allowed. Well, that seems like, I don't know, a red flag to me. It's just like, why would you even go there? So if you don't want us to question things, then quit giving us reasons to question things, because that looks really questionable. Like, why you wouldn't allow them to like compare and see what the end result is. It's like you're trying to hide something. So that's what's been going on, Miles. And you said earlier, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you this. You said earlier you live in Minneapolis. I don't know if that's like a broad statement or directly, do you live in Minneapolis? And if so, why the hell have you gotten the hell out of there?
All right. So where I live is, you probably know where this is. Other people aren't going to know the names that I'm going to say. But I've been in my house for 16 years. Now, things were different 16 years ago, right? Huh? Okay, so I'm close to Minnehaha Parkway, and I can walk to Minnehaha Falls. So it's a nice area, right? You know that area.
I do, and I do, and I understand it now, but I get it. So actually, I want you to stay there, because if you leave, then what's going to backfill you is going to be a lot worse. So the more of you that stay, and more of us that stay in the liberal areas, the better off we are. If we all keep fleeing to conservative areas, they're just going to spread their cancer to that next spot. So,
no, I'm
you
going
know,
to
there's
turf. This is my turf. I'm not going to let
well,
someone just
good.
come in. No, you can't stay there. You have to leave. So I'm going to defend my turf. Now, so I want to bring up one other thing.
Go ahead.
So when Project Veritas put out a video of a guy driving around and paying Somalis for their vote, that was just like fake news for legislators, or they didn't look at that. And then one other thing. So in 2016, Trump hardly even came here, right? Because, it's a blue state, whatever. But then in 2020, he came here a lot. He went to Duluth. He got these mayors up in, the Iron Range to support him. So evidently, he lost Minnesota in 2016 by 44,000 votes. And then in 2020, with all the effort and boots on the ground, he lost Minnesota by 300,000 votes in 2020. Does that make any sense to you?
No, and that's why Rick Weibel, you mentioned Seth Keshel, Rick Weibel, who has done a lot of forensic analysis, computer analysis, that's where he found there was 700,000 votes with no matching signature. Nobody knows where they came from in the 2020 election. And so it's not that we don't know it. And I've actually talked to James O'Keefe on the phone and opposed his ejection from Project Veritas. But, and because he was also, Project Veritas, while he was still there, was actually here in 2020. And he was in the St. Cloud area, which is where I'm closer to. And I was getting text messages like, rumors are flying about. Like, rumor has it that Project Veritas is in the St. Cloud area. Do you know anything about this? And so I started texting my friends that knew James or whatever. And it obviously was true because they were. And the liberal groups somehow got wind of it. So they were kind of putting the radar up and saying, be careful who you talk to. But yes, we all saw the video. We all saw 2,000 Meals. We all saw all this stuff. And all I can say is, Miles, we all know it. We all see it. Unfortunately, we're not in a position to get anybody to do anything because they have the votes and we don't. So it doesn't matter what we say or what we do. They limited us on debate time. They limited us in committee hearings and questioning. They pack the rooms full of their supporters and they allow one or two of, dissenting opinion. So that's just the reality we live in. And so we have to talk to our neighbors and get them to giddy up and go. Another picture here.
Guys, hello. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to address you.
Hey, thanks, Shane. I think you're a robot in there at the very end, and then we had somebody jump in out of order. Yes, I saw your hand was up, but please, Shane, try and reset your mic for a second and just do a mic check with us. Can you hear me, Shane?
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
All right, we'll drop him down and bring him back up. I think he just was having some connection issues.
Hey, thanks for that opportunity to talk to a representative from Minnesota. Thanks.
Miles, yeah, no, we appreciate the dialogue. That's what this is about. And, I think that Shane is open to that dialogue. He's he's a man on a mission, and he's confident in what he has to say. So he's not afraid to come up and speak to the public on things. So we always appreciate that dialogue.
One thing I didn't bring up, which is very important, hardly any politicians or legislators got into the fight for their, their constituents to help save them during this pandemic that they ran this operation on. And Shane did that. Now, I didn't ask him if he was familiar with the speeches that Dr. David Martin is doing and the work that he's doing. We were fortunate enough that I was in a space where Dr. David Martin came in and talked to us for like an hour. And we're like, wow, this guy's super busy. So, look, we know that back in 1965 and moving forward, they knew that a coronavirus is the common cold. And they knew back then that you could not use a vaccine as a fix for the common cold. And so, even though they said it was a novel coronavirus, they knew, all those pharmaceutical companies knew a long time ago you could not use a vaccine for a coronavirus. Now,
Miles, can we pause for just a minute? Marlon threw his hand up, and there might be something going on that he needs to say. So sorry for interrupting, Marlon.
That's fine.
No, I'm good. Unfortunately I have I got to step away soon. I got reservations I got to get to, so I'm hanging in there, but I just want to give you a heads up.
Yeah, no, it's cool, brother. If you got to step, you got to step, and just thank you for raising your hand. Let me know. If I don't talk, it's because I'm locked up. So I'll be back. And if Marlon drops away, then that's what's going on with me. So that's why sometimes I don't get to everybody. So, Miles, you were mentioning stuff about the virus. Can you just hold that thought for just a second? I need to turn to Civic. Civic Crisis stepped up to join us. And Civic, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on with you today?
Yeah, happy weekend, everybody. I saw the subject, Psyop of the GOP voters and Gen Z. Pretty good. So I'm just listening in. I'm here to comment. Yeah, thanks for calling on me. This is Civic Crisis Podcast page. We do podcasting and cover the all the important issues. Really do a lot of research and investigations, and really we do have a lot of Gen Z people in the community and working for Civic Crisis. And so, yeah, if you have any questions, let me know.
Well, actually, I was turning to you for your opinion on the topic. So, podcast away.
Well, I'm not sure what's been brought up other than the pandemic.
Yeah, that was a little bit. That was something that what Miles was mentioning briefly, but I think what's really important is to go into the media and how Gen Z is, they're getting a narrative from, almost from birth now. It's like they've been fed a narrative. The media has been using that to stir people's opinions, and Gen Z is really important here when it comes to voting, and so Civic, you can open up whatever you want to open up. Go whatever direction you want to go, brother.
Okay, well, I'll mention something that has came up recently in some spaces. A lot of people speak poorly about Gen Z, but really, it's a really good generation of people. A lot of strong patriots, a lot of fierce, volunteer groups going on with these Gen Zers on really America visionaries. A lot of them are really smart, advanced in their specialties, and it's really good to see that. And they don't get the credit, I think, because just as hard as these guys are and these girls, they do have the leftist in the Gen Z. Every generation has that. So I do think the spread between the left and the right of Gen Z is pretty average. It's like 29% conservative, 33% or 32% Democrat. Um, and that's good context to have, because a lot of people, they just say, oh, Gen Z, they're a bunch of brainwashed radicals and all that they just a lot of poor things to say about them, but that's not really a positive message. So yeah, we just do cool. Uh, we focus on the positive things and do cool little history lessons and stuff because lately I've been thinking, how do you lose to these Democrats with all of the brief history we could share? There's so many things, eh, even with the current Biden. It's like how do Republicans lose? Uh, it just seems really hard to lose. And I'll even share this poll that just came out.
Hey, Civic,
72% of
sorry.
Americans
Hey,
don't want
Civic,
Biden to be the president. So
sorry to
Hey,
interrupt,
hey,
Civic. Could you give,
Civic,
could you give,
hold on, Paul. Paul, can you hear me? Okay, first of
I,
all, I don't know if Civic can hear you. Civic,
I
can you
can't,
hear Paul? Civic,
yeah, I
can you
can
hear
hear.
Paul?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
making
yeah,
thumbs up.
Paul, ask a question.
yeah, I just wanted him to quote those stats again. I missed those stats altogether. Uh, the percentages that you gave of Gen Z, that's very interesting to me.
Okay. Yeah, I'll share that with you. Give me a minute and I'll post it up just like that. What and a lot of other things, uh, such as like, man, under Biden, gun violence is like at an all-time high. I mean, it's unreal. So it does seem impossible to lose to such a terrible uh, administration and movement as the Democrats. But yeah, I'll share that with you. Just give me a minute, Paul. Go ahead. Somebody else.
Thanks, Civic. Really appreciate your input and joining us today. Uh, Texas, you've had your hand up for a while. Miles, you're on deck, but can we yield to Texas for a moment, please? Texas.
Yes, sir. I wanted to reply to Civic. How the Republicans lose an election is Hollywood writes a manuscript, a screenplay, gives it to our representatives to come in and play this movie out on stage and present it to the American people. It's election interference at its finest. It happened. A lot of people fell for it. That's how we're losing elections. It is not that the people do not support the conservative views. It's that there's too much interference. I mean, everybody speaks about election integrity. I mean, every time I hear that, I think, well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the lack thereof. So, yeah, I'm gonna park it there, brother.
Well, we recorded the space, and earlier on, we were talking with Christian Lamar, and he was describing what was going on in Arizona as far as election integrity and the fight that's going on there. So the recording, I encourage, people, maybe they don't want to go back and listen, but if you're coming in late and you missed the early part of it, I think we kicked off pretty quick and it actually warmed up pretty fast. So we'll keep bouncing this around. Miles.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry I went on a sidebar there on because of Shane, and I think he left the room. Actually, I met Christian Lamar back in 2016, so we've known each other for a long time. Great guy, love the guy. But the reason I brought that up is because this is all interconnected, and with the government, because you know what were we watching? Fauci and Birx, and the really bad guy in the room was Redfield, and I won't go into how corrupt that guy is, but that's the reason why I brought that up because look, we're in this unrestricted warfare, and I'm looking for solutions how to win the next battle. I mean, that's what it's all about, on a political level and all these other sectors. There's so many sectors to do research on because, like I said, they're all connected together. Now, what I was saying, when it comes out that it was a fraudulent contract that all these pharmaceutical companies signed with different countries around the world, all these countries are coming after big pharma, and that's good for us. But these things have to play out. I know it takes a long time, but I think the way the timeline's going, it's all going to be a crescendo for the 2024 election. Everybody's going to know everything. Like I was talking about the apocalypse. All this disclosure is going to come out. And once we're back in there, all hell's going to break loose on these people. And they know that. That's why they're panicking. So that's why I brought that up as far as going back, a few years ago and what they were doing to us. But yeah, it's all political now, 24/7. But look, guys, we're winning, even though they're telling us, no, you've got to vote for somebody else. That's not going to happen.
Thanks, Miles. I kind of wanted to go back to Civic. It sounds like you're working with Gen Z a lot on that, and it sounds like you're putting in some work there. What do you see are the biggest challenges for the decisions that are being made for that generation? Like, what do you hear? What are your thoughts? Are you optimistic that the message is being heard, or that, give me your thoughts on that. Are you with the Civic?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. It's it's a lot going on, and it's great that public information has kind of skyrocketed in recent years. A lot of people uh, are more in tune with the challenges the country's facing, and that's good because Gen Z needs to know this. I think that's probably the biggest challenge is just like understanding the situation they're going to inherit here and they're inheriting, and you know you got to have solutions. Really, it's terrible to think that they are going to have such a difficult situation as they get older with America. And the things that I think will be most challenging, including the fourth industrial revolution, going to have to adapt to a changing economy. That's going to include a lot of robotics and automation. You're going to have to adapt to the national debt exceeding $100 trillion, and who knows what that holds. So really a lot of solutions, and uh, got to have a good vision for the future of America. That's going to be their biggest challenge. I think overcoming the propaganda and stuff, because a lot of this information is suppressed. So overcoming that propaganda is going to be really important too.
Thank you, Civic. We have Helen has raised her hand and has decided to join us. Good afternoon, Helen. How are you? Helen, are you with us? You need to unmute your mic if you are.
Hi, Matt and Marlon. Thank you so very much. I'm much more of a listener than a speaker, but I very much enjoyed listening this afternoon. You are a very sane group, and that's hard to find. But I've very much enjoyed it, and I've gotten a lot of insight. I have a small request of this sane, great group. I stumbled upon community notes as a user, and I would request any of you that have time to join community notes because I'm way outnumbered. And we do need some conservative voices, especially within, the Gen Z age group. I see some things in there that I don't think the ordinary Twitter user sees, that there are minds that just seem to be unchangeable. And we, as conservative Americans, have to figure out a way to make some changes and make them in a way that appears to be and seems to be and is amicable, to all. and we want to do it peacefully. But I do need those voices with me there. And I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you both and everyone here who's spoken. Great information and a great group. I hope to catch you again. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Helen. It's pretty easy to find us. Most of our stuff is under the hashtag MAGA Mission. We also have a .org. You can sign up and we can stay in touch. That would be great. And you can find some information there based off of what we've been talking about. We've been directing people to people like Shane and other people that are running and other candidates, other information. It's just we're trying to have your mission and everybody else's mission be focused there. We're working with NOAA, the National Owner Operators Association. We're trying to do everything we can to help. So thank you for joining us today, and I really appreciate it. Everybody that spoke today, especially Civic and new people that I haven't met yet. Miles, please.
Yeah, since Shane came back into the speaker, I would like to ask Shane, what is the GOP's battle plans moving forward in Minnesota?
You're not going to like my answer. I don't know that I see one. They were so damaged by the dumpster fire that you know of when the previous and hasn't really. What we're doing is we're taking it into our own hands. We're going to find the candidates that need help in this areas. And so for those of us that are in the conservative areas, we can help those in the more swing areas that are winnable. And that is kind of, I haven't really heard a lot coming out. I mean, I'm not trying to trash or anything because I certainly need their help when we put this out there. Like this thing coming with the announcement on Monday with Scott Pressler, the official going to be disclosed. As well.
Shane,
we each have our own part.
Shane, you're roboting really bad, brother, man. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Reset back. All right. Yeah, you're rubber banding pretty bad. So I'm sorry I had to jump in there because we lost you pre-Scott Pressler and what you were talking about. You were answering, and then we lost you. Let's do a mic check or something. Yeah, it's still roboting pretty bad, brother. It must be some Bluetooth connection. I really hate that when that happens.
Can you hear me now?
Now it's perfect.
Okay. You just said Bluetooth, so that yeah. All right. So I killed that one off. The official announcement is going to go to MNGOP for the official place for the Pressler thing because we haven't. Yeah, the most. We're just taking it. We're each doing our part to help build them up because they're underfunded and understaffed, and you can't have staff. So we're all just taking it into our own hands, if you will. All of us that are in safe areas to help those in the swing areas and to get the majority back. That's kind of the goal right now, at least from my perspective. I'm not trying MNGOP means where they can help, but that they've taken a beating over the last couple years. So that whole thing with that one donor that got convicted, or I don't know if he was charged. I don't know if he's been convicted yet, but of all his improprieties, didn't help matters. So it's what it is. We're just trying to get past that, and many of us that are actively involved will continue to work on this. So feel free to reach out to me, DM me if you want to know what's going on where, whatever we're all doing, because we're all working collectively to do our own part, because we all can do our own part. I'm not going to rely on one entity or group to say that they got this covered, because if we don't all work at it, then we're going to fail again. So that's the way I look at it.
Thank you. The audio was a little better, so that was good. Texas, you were throwing up hands and maybe hundreds. I don't know.
Yeah,
You got some.
I hit the wrong button there, Matt. I'm gonna have to bow out, man. My lady's on the way home, and I really haven't spent much time with them in the last month. I've been online too much and dealing with Noah. We had a Zoom meeting today of the heads, and it took up most of my morning. That's the reason why I was late getting in here. Big things happening, brother. We'll discuss that tomorrow evening when we come into the space, man. But I wanted to tell y'all, God bless y'all, man. Mr. Shane, you're a patriot, brother. I love you to death, man. Sir Good, Marlon, Civic, all the rest of y'all, man. Y'all have a blessed day. I'm gonna bow out and spend some family time. I got a birthday party to go to this evening, and I just need to spend some family time. So I got to jump on here tomorrow evening, man. It's important. My wife's gonna kill me if I don't. So y'all have a blessed one, brother.
Yeah, God bless you, sir. Happy wife, happy life, as they say. Yeah, we've been going since 10 o'clock, man. So we're probably going to be winding it down, but I'd like to give everybody up here on the panel, or anybody down below. Shane, if you want to come back up, you can come back up. We can have a final shotgun round, and we'll go to Miles, and it'll be a slow close. Don't just run away. We're going to give a definitive time, and we'll close. It'll be about 30 minutes from now, probably. Miles.
Yeah, thanks again. Look, I want to give you guys hope, because a lot of people, they don't think there's too much out there, but I think there's a lot. Because we all knew this was going to happen. We were told time and time again they were going to do this to us. And so I think that a lot of data was collected. Now, the data I'm talking about is the COVID relief money that went out, the PPPs and all the other stuff. Now, Shane, if you're back in here, I've been following budget surpluses in Minnesota for a long time. And all of a sudden, 17.5 billion during a pandemic. Where did all that money come from? Well, it came from the government. It was COVID relief funds. And you probably know that during the lockdowns, every state was getting, I think it was 50, was it like $50 million a month just to keep their governments running? Now, one state that's in big trouble, I think, because of that is Hawaii. They didn't need that much money to keep their government running. So a lot of the stuff that's going to come out, and you talked about it, like what was that? It was the student lunch fund. How much money was that? Was that 250 grand that they stole? So I think all this stuff's been tracked, because if they're tracking us, which they say they are, the NSA's got, they're listening right now, right? And recording it. So if they're tracking us, they're tracking all the bad guys too. So maybe Shane wants to, make a comment about what, $17.5 billion surplus. I remember back in the day, now Jesse Ventura, what was it, like 800,000 surplus? We thought that was a lot of money. So maybe he wants to comment, like, where did that money come from during a pandemic? And they're just going to keep it all. Oh, yeah. Rainy day fund. I love that terminology, rainy day fund. It's not their money. Thank you for that. And I'll be quiet now. I'm not going to talk anymore.
I think you're directing that at some of those comments directly at Shane. So Shane, do you have audio back with us? Are you good? not sure if he can talk to us or not.
Well, it wasn't all for Shane. It was. I want to tell every state. It happened in every state that they were getting huge amounts of money, and I hope that we tracked it because a lot of it disappeared. It was a lot of fraud going on there.
Well, when you see some of what I've been seeing, where now we're looking at cartels having, anti-tank missiles and things like that. It's like, okay, where did the weapons go? Where did the money go? It's all kind of the same thing that we keep seeing over and over again. At least what I've been seeing. Sir Good, what's up? Thanks for
Oh,
coming
hey,
up.
Matt. Yeah, I just wanted to put a little bright side on this. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of money wasted. We wish we could track it. I can tell you where I live down here in Louisiana. Matt, MAGA Mission always says you got to start out if you can even help the city make the city stronger, whether it comes to voting and everything. But obviously in the county down here it's parishes, but we we do really support our parishes, and we are making them stronger. You get one strong parish, the other parish wants to be like that. Let's call it counties, more familiar with everybody. But if you can build the counties, because the state money obviously gets funneled to the counties, and in the cases around us, the money that was handed to them, it was the betterment for the people. I know certainly in some states, some counties, probably some crooked stuff going on, but I can honestly tell you in the areas down here, let's call it counties again instead of parishes, but they did a lot of betterment because they took that money, even though it was for the COVID relief and all the, or whatever it was, whatever the word of the day was, they did make things better, that even once COVID was over, whether it was areas to contain people, all these people in their little white suits and stuff. They made things that once that was gone, those areas could be used for future things. And I got a big list I could actually give, but I don't want to bore everybody. But it certainly wasn't wasted money down here in our parishes. The spaces, the stuff they built, whatever things are going to enhance, help everybody in the counties down here. So I'm just trying to throw a positive note out there that it's not all like that, but unfortunately some of it is like that. But anyway, thanks for the co-host, Matt. I know you're closing up, but I wanted to hop in. I've been gone for a while, so glad I'm here listening, learning, and everybody carry on.
Well, we probably will end up having another space open up after this one anyway, so it's not like we're not on somewhere at any given time. We seem to have hosts have running spaces all over the place. But I really enjoy Saturdays. It's a great day to just, it's my day off. I get to, spend some time with people and hear what they have to say. So, yeah, so thank you for coming up. And Civic, I want to thank you for coming up. I think that the narrative, like you said, it sounds to me like Gen Z has the opinion in their mind, and I'm sure it's based on something from reality. You said that, people tend to paint them in a light where they're not very intelligent, they're brainwashed, all that stuff, the negative comments, which creates a divide between the two, or bridging the gap for maybe discussion even. So it really cuts them off from certain places where maybe we could have that conversation, and maybe they would just avoid coming into a room like I've heard of rooms where it's Gen Z only. You try to go in and have a conversation with them, and if you're not Gen Z or consider Gen Z to them, they just either boot you out or they don't want to have a conversation. So I'd like to bridge that gap. I mean, we're open. the floor is always open for another opposing opinion or maybe a younger generation to come in. And I hear Dylan speaking all the time. He's a young Republican. There's lots of them out there. There's these influencers out there that are emerging that are from a different generation. I'd love to bridge that gap. So what do you think, Civic? How do we change this so that we can actually do that more effectively?
Yeah. Okay. So one thing, there's this thing called, and I mean, you can look at the term that I'm about to say, or just know common sense what I'm talking about. But it's called the illusory effect. It's when lies are repeated and you hear them so often that you start to believe them. And the media uses that a lot. Uh, so the same thing I think is going on with the fake narrative about Gen Z. Look at this polling data showed that 30% of the Gen Zs surveyed said they were Democrat, 24% said they were Republican, 28% said they were independent. And that's only a 6% spread. If you look at other demographics, there's way bigger spreads. And there's other demographics that you could say really need more outreach. So I think Gen Z gets too much attention, negative attention, if you're a conservative Gen Z, and that's like counterproductive. And then people, I think it's probably a fake narrative that's put out there because it really does kind of, like you said, push out some who would have otherwise been interested, maybe wanted to hear some facts and participate, you know?
Did you post your podcast information down in the Prilosec down below, or did you put something up top? Well, people follow, try and follow each other and tune into people's information because there's a lot of people out there that are putting in a lot of work. So I'd be more than happy to spend some time listening to your podcast, and that'd be great, man. So thanks for coming in. Sir,
Yeah, I speak to a
good.
lot of Gen Z, and I think the biggest problem, not a problem, really, Gen Z, they don't want to deal with, they don't watch CNN, NBC, ABC, they don't watch Fox, they don't watch anything because they don't want to deal with all the bull crap. They know it's all lies and propaganda. They'd rather go hiking in the mountains, smoke a bowl. They'd rather, do crypto, currency and just connect through the computer. They're really good on computers. And, I just think Gen Z doesn't want any part of either way. Certainly, we see some of the Gen Z, we see the people that are like, oh, the crazy left wing ones that are clearly paid activists. But I think the problem is that I think it's lack of participation because they just don't want to get involved in the craziness of it all. That's my opinion, and that's what I'm seeing.
Thanks. I'm just looking down below, and Civic, make sure you put if you did or didn't, I can't see it. If you want to put something up in the nest, but at least put it down in the Prilosec down below if you did, hopefully, because that's where it'll stay when the room closes. Because if you just put it up top, it's great, but it doesn't stay forever. I'm not sure. I couldn't see it. Maybe you did. And I wanted to say thanks to Miles for stepping up. Shane, you're back. You got some. You want to jump back in, bud?
Yeah, little connectivity issues there. I don't know. Unfortunately, I'm on Verizon because it's the only one that works here, but it might be something to do with it. So, no, I think it was a pretty productive conversation, and I think we all know what we have to do. So let's just keep doing it and keep talking to people and keep winning one mind at a time. The more we educate, the better off we all are.
Well,
It's my 2 cents.
now your audio is like crystal clear, perfect. And darn it, when you were talking earlier, you were dropping such great information, and it was like, when somebody is talking and they turn the volume up, then off, then up. It was like, man, we were getting bits and pieces, but I think we got the gist. Miles, did you feel clarity, or did you need any further clarification on anything maybe you spoke of? Maybe Shane could give comment. While his audio is still good.
Yeah, I'm in the backyard doing some chores. I was talking about as far as the budget surplus. So, when there was a pandemic, can you explain that?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question?
So, what I was talking about is that during the pandemic, there was a 17.5 billion surplus. And I've been following Minnesota surpluses for a while. That just seems really high when everything shut down. Where was that revenue coming from?
So about 12-ish billion came from all the one-time funding that came from the feds, and all the original whatever they called it. I don't even remember the names of them all anymore. But then continuously every quarter, every month, more and more revenue kept coming in, largely due to the inflation is part of it. I mean, if you just simply look at the things that people buy every day, if the price doubles of it, so does the sales tax revenue. And certain things people are not going to stop buying, whether it's their Diet Coke or their pack of cigarettes or what have you. So when all of a sudden a 12 pack of soda goes from $3 to $7 or now $8, obviously the tax revenue goes up with it. So that's a big part of it. Plus all of the free money that was put out under the unemployment insurance bonus pay that people were then spending generated more revenue, which created the entire inflation problem. And it's really not a $17.5 billion surplus. It's really more like a 21, because they passed conveniently a law like in February, I think, where they factored in inflation, which I think they were hoping it would take it down a little bit more than it did, but it dropped it from like 19 billion to 17.5. But since then, every month it's gone up another like 300 million-ish. So they pretty much blew that entire thing. Plus, they're raising our annual budget another 20 billion. So we went from 52 to 72 billion. So just get ready for your wallet to suddenly shrink, because that's what's going to happen. Because you can't increase, not only blow a $17.5 billion current budget or surplus, but then add another 20 billion on top of it and not expect your taxes to go through the flipping roof. That's why so many people are moving out of the state rapidly that have money. Howard Root announced that last week or the week before. And for those of you who don't know Howard Root, the DOJ went after him for many years. He started a medical supply company thing of some sort. Very wealthy man, and he is officially pulled out. He's done. He's not going to contribute to the Minnesota economy anymore, and so he's fleeing to Florida. Another gentleman just announced last week that he's going to South Dakota, who has quite a bit of money. So all the people that donate to the state are leaving, and all the people that are coming in are the takers. Eventually, this thing will collapse. You can't have a house of cards without some kind of foundation underneath it, and we currently are losing our foundation rapidly.
Thanks, Shane. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Shane, and thank goodness everything that you said right there came through loud and clear. And I really appreciate your time today. Appreciate Christian Lamar for coming in earlier today, and everybody that joined us and spoke. I'll probably see you next Saturday, where we're kind of opening up the discussion. We did a lot of civil liberties and things like that in the early times, early Saturdays, voting strategies, things like that. We do have a library that you can go to on magamission.org. We're on YouTube, where we're trying to put the Spaces recordings up for just so that people can go back and review it. Twitter tends to delete them. So we want to make sure that all of our spaces are recorded and that we put them in the library. But anyways, I'm going to end it right now, and I just want to let anyone who wants to say anything, any last words, Paul, Sir Good, Helen, Doss, Miles, anyone?
Well, I'm going to say quickly, the reason I'm getting so much better reception now, I opened the garage doors, so I'm connected now to my Starlink via Elon Musk, which is giving me like a lot better reception. So there you
go. Well, that is like crystal clear. So that's probably a good thing to use every time you're on Twitter Spaces then, if you can, if you're near it. Paul?
Yeah, this was a great experience for me, man, and I really enjoyed being in here and listening to the conversation and participating. And I look forward to seeing most of you again in other spaces. Thank you, Matt, and Sir Good. I appreciate it.
You got it. Sir Good, you got anything you want to
Yes,
say
sir.
before
Yes,
we close?
sir. Yeah, I think the biggest thing we got to keep our eyes on is grant funding. Grant funding comes in every color under the rainbow, and non-related to the month of June or nothing like that. I don't mean that. I mean grant funding. The federal government has grants on anything from how many times, a day does a cricket fart. It doesn't matter. They hand out so much grant money to the state, and it used to be at one time that the counties used to get the money, and then they changed it to where the states get it, where when the states, they realized better off having the states, let the states hand it down, and this is our problem, and it falls into the voting thing where they give it to the cities that are a predominant color. But when it comes to grants, the grant money just keeps increasing. It never goes away. Let me give a quick example. I see that Shane there, he's doing 100%. I say, Shane, I'm going to give you $300 million this year because you wrote a pretty good, study on this or study on that or why you need this money. Shane gets the $300 million. Next year, he'll prove that he's going to use it. Even if he didn't use it, what he's going to use it for, or even if he didn't really think, he's like, I don't really need it for that. But you know what? He's going to use it for that or whatever pet projects, because if he doesn't use it the next year, he's not going to get the 300 million or 30 million or, 3 million, whatever the grant amount is. And it's just a never, put it this way, the state hands it down to the counties, and the counties will find a way to spend it, even if it's wasted money, a waste of how they spend it. They'll continue to do it, because if they don't spend the money, the next year they won't get it. So grant money never goes away, and that's a big thing that is definitely weighing on our economy. And I see Shane has his hand up on that, I think, or maybe he's just waving at me, but yeah, all these little pet projects and grants are ridiculous. I lived through it in my business. I saw it, and as much as I enjoyed it, because they placed orders with me for it, stuff they didn't even need. But yeah, I'll stop it there. Go ahead, Shane.
So actually, there's two sides to this. It's not just the grants that go to cities. It's the grants that go to the NPOs and the NGOs. NPOs being nonprofit organizations that are favorable to one side, not the other, and NGOs, non-governmental organizations. They suck up a lot of this money. The interesting thing is, the more you dig into this, is so the departments, the bureaucracies come to us and say, we want to start this new program, whatever it may be. And then we're going to, like you just said, $300 million. We're going to throw this at DEED, Department for Employment and Economic Development. Then DEED turns around and says, well, okay, if we're going to do this, we need this number of many new full-time employees. So they pass that. Then they keep 10% of that $300 million for administering that $300 million, because it's going to create a lot of work. Well, didn't we just give you the employees to cover that? It's kind of interesting. They've turned government into a business, a profitable business, and yet nobody can account to me I've asked this numerous times, whether it's Department of Transportation, whether it's any one of them, Department of Health, any of them, because they keep doing this. They take a 10% administrative fee off of the money that's allocated to them when they just got done asking for new employees to cover the workload, but they say there's going to be more administrative cost to handle the new workload. Do you see where I'm going here? It's kind of a circle jerk of money, and yet they have no accountability for it. So the more government employees we create, the more bad voters we create, because why would you vote yourself out of a good paying job? At which point, right now, the full-time employee in Minnesota for the government is the average that I see. The vast majority of them are they're put at 140,000. Now, yes, that includes benefits and taxes and all that, but not a bad paying gig if you can get it. So keep all that all into perspective, because you are 100% right that all this grant money that's thrown everywhere is like all going to a whole lot of people that vote one way and not
And
the
if
other.
if I can follow up on that, since Shane did kind of back me on my statement, everybody in the company say man, I hired 40 employees, awesome. Well, guess how many employees are going to do that maximum $2,500 donation to the person of choice when it comes to elections?
I think we got some dead air there for a second. Miles, you want to jump in?
Yeah, just in closing, I want to thank you, Matt, for giving me a mic. I want to thank the audience for listening to my nonsense. And don't follow me. You might be found guilty of association. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks.
Yeah, whatever you do, do not follow that man. Or me for that fact. Don't follow me. All right. Anyways, I just want to thank everybody for coming up and spending their Saturday afternoon with us. Can't thank you enough. And I'm going to close the space in just a second here. I just want to wish everybody good vibes over the weekend, and God bless you and
God bless
Godspeed.
everyone.